roads and was doing very, very well. At some point in time, you're going to hear that Brian had sustained an injury to his back. It was creating a lot of problems for him. And then essentially what we saw happening is that there was the loss of his job at Secondary Roads, and then relative to that, Brian returned to demons, and those demons, you know, having in the past involved alcohol, began involving the issue of the use of controlled substances. Now, one of the controlled substances that you're going to hear about throughout the course of this trial is methamphetamine. Brian not only was using methamphetamine, but at some point in time, Brian became involved in dealing methamphetamine, which was a source of income. Now, another thing that you need to be apprised of so that you understand, when Brian lost his job out at Secondary Roads, Brian cashed in his IPERS, which would be our Iowa Public Employee Retirement Benefits, and whatever he had by way of any type of retirement benefits. In addition to that, he was acquiring cash through different types of sources. Why do I mention that? Well, it's important for you, the jury, to understand, because relative to the personality of Brian Goodwin, even though he was having his struggles, the witnesses who had relationships with him, who will be testifying to before you here in court, will testify that Brian was an individual who had a very big heart. If there was anyone who was ever in need, Brian was that individual. If you came to him, Brian was going to do whatever he could to help out a friend or an associate. And he is described as the type of person that would give anyone in need the coat off of his back. That really sets the landscape, because in the context of that, one of the things about Brian as well is that Brian was very open relative to certain details of his life. For example, when it comes to finances, most individuals are very, very quiet and don't share the details of their finances with one another. And it was well known that Brian had not only cashed in his IPERS benefits, his retirement benefits, but then Brian had taken out a loan against a house that he shared with a wife, and I'll tell you about that as well, and was using other sources to acquire money. And anyone around Brian knew that Brian had money, and if you needed money, you could go to Brian and he would loan it to you, but there was no secret that Brian was an individual that had money out there. If somebody was interested in acquiring it, it would make him a very good target. Now, that being said, let's talk about Brian Goodwin and the relationships that he shared with individuals, because these are individuals that you're going to be hearing about throughout the course of trial. Brian Goodwin lived at 5210 North Division Street. So I want to set a perspective. Think of Division and 53rd. Division is a north-south street. So for those who aren't good with directions, if you are on Division Street and you're heading out toward Interstate 80, you're traveling north. If you are heading toward Kimberly, you're traveling south. 53rd Street is an east-west street. So if you're traveling toward Bettendorf, you're traveling east. If you're traveling, for example, from Bettendorf on 53rd, past Brady and whatever other streets, you are going west. 5210 North Division Street actually was located right there in the vicinity of 53rd and Division. If you're familiar with the west side of town, here are the various businesses that I'm going to identify so that you have a perspective of what we're talking about. Now, right there on the corner of Division and 53rd is Casey's. All right? Casey's actually, the front of that store, if this is Division, Casey's faces west. All right? 5210 North Division Street is on the opposite side, and if you're standing in front of the residence, it faces east, and you can look right to the front of Casey's. Now, what's important about Casey's is this. That particular store had video surveillance cameras affixed to the front of that building. on either side of the front of the building. And those video cameras are going to become very instrumental relative to evidence that you're going to hear throughout the trial, but staying in keeping with the idea of video surveillance footage. I'm going to talk with you about components of investigations that law enforcement conducts in this day and age involving video surveillance cameras, involving city cameras that are placed throughout the city of Davenport, involving what we call LPR cameras that are license plate reader cameras, that when vehicles are traveling throughout our community and they travel through various locations where those LPR cameras are located, those LPR cameras read license plates, and law enforcement has the ability to access that system, put a license plate number into that, and then they can identify locations that a vehicle with a given license plate has traveled to. So let's take that, let's put that aside for the time being, but let's stay with the point that at Casey's we have those video surveillance cameras. 5210 North Division Street. So what kind of residence is it? It was probably built as a single family dwelling. At some point in time, the residence was converted to basically an upstairs, downstairs duplex. So the main floor was a residence where individuals could reside. I will tell you during the time frame in question, and we're going to be talking about very critical events of January 14th, January 15th, and January 16th. Nobody was living on that main level. Brian Goodwin resided in the lower level, which would have been a basement that was converted to a downstairs duplex. Brian had lived at that location for quite a period of time, all right? And so with respect to who resided in that residence, we go back to the concept that Brian was an individual who had a very big heart. And if there was somebody who was in need, Brian would provide a place for individuals to stay. And there were a lot of individuals who were coming and going from that residence, whether it be to frequent Brian on a daily basis, or individuals that he had allowed to stay there at that residence. And one particular individual will become Adriana Blake. I'm going to introduce her into the equation right now. Adriana Blake resides here in Scott County, Iowa. Adriana Blake, sometime around August, September, actually had been going through some difficult times and no longer had a place to stay. She was introduced to Brian Goodwin, and Brian Goodwin allowed her to come and live with him at his residence. Now, they didn't have an intimate relationship. It's just simply Brian being that individual with that big heart. There were 2 bedrooms in that lower portion of 5210 North Division Street. So Adriana Blake is coming onto the landscape maybe around September or October, all right? I'm going to introduce Devon Braet into the equations too. Adriana Blake had been married, but her spouse, KK, she had died. Somewhere along the way, and this would have been, I don't know if it was in 2023, but somewhere along the way, she and Devon Braet began a relationship with one another, and they were romantically involved with one another. By virtue of that, then, Devon Braet gets introduced into the equation at 5210 North Division Street because he was an individual that was coming over to that residence on a frequent basis, all right? So we've got the introduction of Adriana Blake and Devon Braet to Brian Goodwin. Let's take that, let's set that aside. Let's talk about friends and family members of Brian Goodwin. Brian, when he was a young man, had met a girl by the name of Amber LaBarge. Amber will tell you she was 13. At the time, she and Brian Goodwin became boyfriend and girlfriend, and at some point in time, they had 2 children, 2 boys together. The boys are adults at this point in time. The boy that you're going to be hearing about is Caleb Goodwin, all right? Now, Amber and Brian never married. At some point as life moves on, Brian Goodwin ends up marrying a gal by the name of Sarah. Goodwin, who I believe is a nurse. And so Sarah and Brian had a very good relationship, but then when Brian started to spiral down, their relationship basically became one of, while they loved one another, they supported one another, they began living separately. But there was still that relationship that was maintained with one another and just that loving support that was shown with one another. Caleb lived with Sarah Goodwin, and Caleb basically would spend time with his mother, Amber LaBarge. He would spend time living in the residence of Sarah Goodwin and Brian Goodwin, but at the point of the split, that's when Brian Goodwin became associated with 5210 North Division Street. So we've got a very supportive, loving relationship that exists there. And actually, with respect to Amber LaBarge, there was a very supportive, loving relationship that existed there because she too was very much a part of Brian's life. In fact, Brian was an individual who, quite honestly, had relationships with more than one female. You're also going to hear about a woman by the name of Victoria Smeaton. Now, Victoria Smeaton really would be the individual that would be considered his girlfriend, if you will. Victoria lived over in the area of 12th Street. And she and Brian were very much in love, but they lived separately. Victoria will tell you that in the fall of 2023, she started to have difficulties because one of the themes relative to Brian Goodwin, and we're not talking about Sarah, but just his friends, a lot of them suffered from substance abuse issues, all right? And so Victoria was going through a treatment program through the fall of 2023, probably getting out in December. While she was in that treatment program and Brian was being very supportive of that, there was another female that came onto the landscape, and her name is Amy Smith. So we know Brian Goodwin and we know Amy Smith are our two deceased subjects that we're talking about. Amy Smith then began living there or staying at 5210 North Division Street. Now, within the timeline, bear this in mind. And we will get this testimony from Richard Dean. Richard Dean was a very good friend of Brian's. Richard is a tradesman and does a lot of construction work on the side. Brian was a tradesman himself. Richard had the opportunity to go down to Arizona in the month of November because he had been hired to do work on a house down there. He issued the invitation to Brian to come on down with him because he thought it would be good for Brian. Brian was all for that. And Amy Smith went down to Arizona, so they spent the month of November down in Arizona working on this house. Adriana Blake was staying there at the house, and Devon Braet was around the house quite a bit. And one of the things that was developing in terms of dynamic, and this was an existing dynamic, at the point of Brian's death, Adriana was an individual who didn't respect boundaries. She was an individual, who basically, while she and Brian appeared to be close, she was overstepping boundaries, taking Brian's vehicles and going out and using them. Just relative to how she is conducting herself around the house. And you're going to hear testimony that Brian was getting to the point that when he got back in November, he was fed up. And the dialogue was developing to a point where he was telling Adriana she was going to have to get out because he was tired of it. Devon Braet, too, was an individual that was there at that residence that was becoming a real concern. And you're going to hear this from Brian's friend, Richard Dean, who would go over there and just talk about the menacing behavior of Devon Braet, particularly with respect to the issue of guns, or even coming up on him to a point where Richard Dean felt very uncomfortable and had concerns about what Devon Braet may be up to. But Richard Dean, I will tell you this, he is no shrinking violet. He's a man that's going to tell you exactly how he feels, and quite honestly, if you overstep your boundaries, Richard Dean is going to give it to you. and you're not gonna push him. So, that's the dynamic that's existing as of January 14th. Here's where our timeline starts. Victoria had found out about Amy Smith. She's going to talk with you about communications that she had with Adriana Blake during January 14th, and even direct contact. This will also be documented in video surveillance footage that was seized from the Casey's store. Victoria will tell you that, quite honestly, she was a real horse's patoot. Because when she found out about Amy staying there at Brian's residence, she went over to 5210 North Division Street that day and was outside knocking on windows and making a real fuss because she wasn't happy about it. At any rate, during her contact with Adriana Blake, who you can see coming over from 52 North Division to Casey's, the two girls went into Casey's, bought some stuff, and left. Adriana had wanted Victoria Smeaton to give her a ride out to the farm and fleet. Why does that matter? Well, here's why. One of the friends that Brian had allowed to stay at his house was a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Parrish. Now, Jonathan, would just come and stay periodically. He had a girlfriend out in the California area. Just a short period of time, maybe a week, two, we're not sure about that. Jonathan was no longer staying there, but he had a dog named Kilo, who will be introduced to you as Frankenstein. And I'll explain that. Kilo was left behind by Jonathan at the house, and Adriana was taking care of Kilo. On January 14th, Adriana wanted Victoria to take her out to the farm and fleet because she wanted to be able to get a collar and leash for Kilo. That will become very important. So let's just put a little note on that. They went out there, Victoria brought her back. Essentially what you're going to see then from our video surveillance cameras is Devon and Adriana, any movements from that residence and going over to the Casey store and returning. We get video surveillance footage that puts them back there at that residence that night without them departing. Now in the driveway, there is a maroon sedan, basically a four-door car. That belonged to Amy Smith. That car was there. That's not going to be a car that we talk about other than the fact that when law enforcement became involved, when fire personnel became involved, that vehicle was there. Now at this juncture, I'm going to break away from our narrative and I'm going to introduce to you vehicles so that you understand the import of various vehicles that we're going to be talking about. Going back to Brian and who he was an individual that liked vehicles. One of the vehicles that he had was a white and black Dodge Nitro, just black up on top, but primarily white. During this period of time, it was having mechanical issues. The heater had gone out, and actually there was a headlight that was out. And then he also had a Nissan Xterra. Now, Brian let his friends use his vehicles too. That was the other thing about Brian, that generosity. The Nissan Xterra was a vehicle that he was allowing his friend Richard Dean to use. And actually, one of the things Richard's going to tell you is that he had been using the Dodge Nitro, but Brian then wanted to trade out the Nissan Xterra that he had been driving around. He wanted to take back the Dodge Nitro and gave Richard the Nissan Xterra. So during the events that we're going to be talking about, particularly on January 15th, anything about the Nissan Xterra, Richard Dean is the individual associated with that vehicle. and then Amber LaBarge will become associated with that vehicle, and I'll tell you that, okay? January 14th, in the evening, we're gonna strike that. Victoria Smeaton really wanted Brian to come over and spend time with her. So there had been communications about that. Brian was going to come over. Victoria anticipated him to arrive on the evening of January 14th before the midnight hour. He wasn't. She had no idea what was going on. But then, what you will hear about is that Brian had reached out to Sarah Goodwin, his wife, to indicate that, hey, look, I'm having some problems, with the Dodge Nitro. Can I borrow your vehicle? She's like, no. She's a nurse. She needs her vehicle. So he was a little persistent about that. She was persistent with the no. Brian gets in contact with his son, Caleb. Asks Caleb if he can use the Toyota Celica. The Toyota Celica is registered in Brian's name, but his son, Caleb, was using that. And Caleb's a working boy. He works at a manufacturing plant. He'll tell you about that. His scheduled shift is 1 or 2 in the afternoon. January 14th, Sunday. January 15th, Monday. January 16th, Tuesday. So remember that. Caleb agrees to allow his father to use his car, but says, I need to have it back, Dad, by tomorrow, because I've got to go to work. And they had an understanding that Brian would have the car back at Sarah Goodwin's residence where Caleb stayed before he had to leave for work around 1 o'clock. That becomes very important because Brian never showed up. All right? So now, we've got very definitive timelines that we are able to establish, because one of the very significant components to investigations that we conduct is that we either ask individuals who are witnesses if they would give consent for the download of data in their cell phones. And for a number of witnesses, this became very important because there were a lot of people who were in communication with Brian or were trying to find Brian. So we got a lot of data from all of these individuals that I'm mentioning, cell phones. All right? And in addition to that, if, like for example, cell phones associated with the defendants, those were of interest, there were search warrants that were obtained. And particularly in situations where we can't find those cell phones, there is another avenue that can be pursued. If you can't get the actual cell phone where it could be submitted to our digital forensic unit for the extraction of data, then there can be either search warrants or county attorney subpoenas, depending upon the circumstance, submitted to the provider for that cell phone if they're identified. And then any records that they store, law enforcement can get that documentation and then have the ability to do that review. So remember, that's going to be a component of what we're going to be talking about. And through video surveillance cameras, through LPR cameras, through city cameras, and through cell phone records, this is giving us our timeline. All right? So through Victoria Smeaton's cell phone, we've got a communication where Brian tells her that he's arriving and she tells him where to park. This is after the midnight hour. So we've gone from Sunday, January 14th into Monday, January 15th. Brian's there at her residence. Victoria is happy. She has this thought that he'll spend the night with her, and they'll wake up in the mornings together and have the opportunity just to spend some really good quality times together. Somewhere around 4 o'clock in the morning, Brian is going to leave. He had been out gambling, found out that he lost $3,000, was angry about that, and said that he was going to leave, that he was going to go back and use meth, but there was no way he was going to use meth around Victoria because of, her having gone through treatment, and she's on the road to recovery. And so he leaves. So Victoria's upset about that. You'll see communications on the cell phone in terms of a little back and forth between the two of them. But then relative to the last communications, we know that Brian is getting back to 5210 North Division Street in that Toyota Celica. So what does that give us? The video surveillance cameras from Casey's, and then what we've got from those cell phone records, and then he's home. That gives us a general window of time relative to time of death. And I'll take that a little bit further. Through Amy Smith's cell phones, relative to what we noted in her cell phone activity, Amy had been on her phone, presumably because there's activity. At any rate, the last outgoing activity was at 4:11 a.m. All right? Now, another variable I'm going to introduce into the equation is this. Adriana Blake, she wore a device that actually law enforcement was able to utilize to track her movements. And so, with that being said, with the discovery of that device, one of the things that you will see plotted at 5210 North Division Street, and Devon Braet and Adriana Blake are known to be there, is you just see a lot of movement in that residence. All right? Before Brian gets home, there's a scurry of movement within that residence. Amy Smith was shot in the head along her right ear. Brian Goodwin comes home. We know that's around the 4:30 time frame. And Brian is shot in the chest, on the left side, and he's shot in the temple on the right side of his head. There are going to be 3 guns you're going to hear about. A 9mm Glock that Devon Braet always had on his possession, and actually was found in possession of when we engaged in a takedown on January 18th. We'll talk about that a little bit later. A .35 caliber revolver associated with Adriana Blake. And then it actually looked like a short-barreled rifle, if you will. It was a gun about that long. It was a .22 caliber, and it just had some variation in the wood grain, almost as if it was camouflaged. So those 3 guns were seized in this investigation. Autopsies were performed on both Brian Goodwin and Amy Smith. Manner of death was homicide. Projectiles were recovered. You are going to hear from our pathologist, Kelly Cruz, from the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office, who did the autopsy of those bodies. And projectiles were recovered from those bodies. Sometimes if an individual is shot, a projectile will travel through the body. In these instances, projectiles were recovered. With the recovery of the guns belonging to the defendant, and here's a bit of education, and so I'm going to just throw this into the equation at this point in time. With the recovery of those 3 guns, the question being, were any one of those 3 guns used to shoot and kill Brian Goodwin or Amy Smith? Guns, by virtue of their manufacturing process, that manufacturing process leaves very distinct details within the barrel of the gun. So much like fingerprints for a human being, that's true of guns. Law enforcement will collect test fires from those guns. So those guns are sent to the DCI lab. to ensure that they're in proper working order, which they were. There are test fires, and then what they do with those test fires is they look at those test fires to see what kinds of lands and grooves are on those projectiles. And then they can take the projectiles recovered from bodies and do a comparison. So you're going to hear about the comparisons that were done with test fires for each of the 3 guns and how that was compared to the class characteristics of what was recovered from Brian Goodwin's body and Amy Smith's. Now bear in mind, projectiles actually, they can sustain a lot of damage. So for example, you shoot somebody, it travels in the body, it hits a bony structure, it may do something to break apart that projectile, and it may make it difficult to say, hey, yes, this gun definitively was responsible for having shot this person or that person. But the criminalist will look at class characteristics that are present and say that yes, those class characteristics are consistent with the class characteristics that we see from the test fire of the .35 and the test fire for the 9mm Glock. So those are the 2 guns that are in play. And when you get to that point of the testimony through our criminalists, listen to that and the testimony that will be provided about those test fires and the matches that were made to Brian Goodwin, or if the projectile was so damaged, the similarity in class characteristics. All right? All right. So now let's get back into our narrative. It is believed that Brian was killed shortly after he got home. I'm going to get to that through Daniel Heinrichs, but we're not there because I want to stay on my timeline. All right. Now, the Toyota Celica ended up not being able to leave the residence because when Caleb got off work the night of January 15th, well, first of all, his father didn't show up with the Toyota Celica on January 15th for him to go to work. And so he went over to the house, the Toyota Celica was there, his dad wasn't answering. He got in the car because he needed to get some tools out, but the light, nothing was coming on, so he knew that something was wrong, the battery was dead. So he couldn't even take the car. So friend gave him a ride to work. I'll just worry about that later on, all right? The Dodge Nitro is there in the driveway. And remember, Brian borrowed the Toyota Celica because the Dodge Nitro had no heat and no headlight. During this time of year, stop and think about sunlight, and it's dark. From the video surveillance cameras over at Casey's, at around 7:18 a.m., a black vehicle pulls up and stops in the middle of the street in front of 5210 North Division. Now you're going to be hearing testimony from Cheryl Hageman. She works for River City Bend Transit. She's a bus driver. And so she was waiting in the Casey's parking lot in her bus, waiting to go pick up her next customer. And she just happened to notice this black four-door sedan stop, and it just, kind of made an impression. And she saw somebody come out from 5210 North Division and get in the car, looked away, and then the vehicle took off. Actually, video surveillance footage shows that 2 individuals came from 5210 North Division and got in the back seat of that car. That car ended up being an Uber. Through the investigation, law enforcement was able to figure out that that was an Uber driver. Adriana Blake and Devon Braet got into that vehicle, and then they were taken to the address of 2023 East 35th Street, Apartment D. So here's our next address you're going to hear about. Adriana's grandmother lives here, but she was out of the state, I think down in Mississippi. Her uncle Kevin Morgan was staying here during this period of time. Her father, Corey Morgan, had a bedroom there, but he was incarcerated during that period of time, so he wasn't there. Uncle Kevin Morgan becomes a very important witness and will be testifying. The Uber driver takes them over there, and then while they're there, a young man by the name of James Schick, who happens to live in the neighborhood where Devon Braet's mother lives. Her name's Becky Almosny. She lives at 512 East High Street. Devon was contacting James because he wanted James to give him and Adriana a ride back to 5210 North Division Street. So, where is this apartment building located? Perspective, think Brady, think Harrison. Harrison at the intersection where we have the fire department. 35th and Harrison. If you take a left turn on 35th or you're traveling east, heading toward Brady, before you get to Brady on what's going to be the south side of the road or what would be the passenger side, if you're going to Brady, there's some apartment buildings, there's the filling station, and then there's the Arby's on the corner of Brady and 35th. That's the neighborhood we're talking about. So we have got businesses located across the street that have video surveillance cameras on them. And they capture Adriana and Devon being dropped off at the apartment. The Uber picked them up maybe about 7:22 when they left. They get over to the Uncle Morgan's apartment. And then shortly thereafter, and I'm not sure my timeline, there's a lot of numbers, so if I don't get this right, don't hold it against me. But so probably sometime before the 9 o'clock hour, then we have James Schick, who's associated with a black Infiniti that drops them back off at the Division Street address. And they go in. It's daylight hours now. Shortly thereafter then, we see Adriana Blake and Devon leaving, and they utilize that black Dodge Nitro throughout the rest of the day of January 15th, going into the evening hours of January 15th. Daylight, no headlight, doesn't matter because you're not going to get stopped by law enforcement, okay? All right, so then you will see that they made trips back and forth between 510 Division and then the 35th Street address, where they're packing up personal belongings and taking them over to the 35th Street address. All right? So that's the general activity associated with Uncle Kevin Morgan. Let's move on. What is the next, I guess, set of variables that we need to talk about? This is where the Motel 6 is going to come into play. Think of Menards. All right. We've got the Quick Star right there. So essentially, if you think about that intersection of Brady, if you go east, that's Veterans Memorial, you know, if you turn toward Thunder Bay. If you turn right, so that you can hit that frontage road to go around to Menards, that's 65th Street. Quick Star is going to be on the north side of 65th Street. The Motel 6 is on the south side. Daniel Heinrichs now gets introduced into the equation. Daniel Heinrichs is a very good friend of Adriana's. She and Devon end up picking up a gentleman by the name of Ryan Ordery. He's not anybody that's of significance. It's just that he was identified as being in that vehicle with them. They end up picking up Daniel Heinrichs, and then they go to the Motel 6. We've got a young girl by the name of Brianna Tarkington, who you'll be hearing from, and she stays there, okay? And so she was staying there during that period of time. So we've got video surveillance footage where they go there in the middle of the afternoon. Daniel is going to tell you that at some point in time they stopped at the Quick Star, and one of the things that he noticed was that there was a significant odor of gasoline in the back of the Dodge Nitro with a gas can that had fallen over. Here's where I'm going to introduce our next variable. Going to Devon Braet's mother, Becky Almosny, at 512 East High Street. Again, through video surveillance footage, we were able to identify that Dodge Nitro driving through an alley over in the area of LeClaire, which is by 512 East High Street. And through Adriana Blake's little device that she wears, putting her in that area just after 1 p.m. on January 15th. The question being, why were they there? Search warrant was executed. What was determined is that Becky Almazny had 2 gas cans that she kept in her garage. So think of the houses in that area of town. They're older structures that were built after the turn of the century with garages that typically weren't attached, that set to the back of the property. She will testify that she had a gas can that had the initials LM for lawnmower because it required a certain mixture. And then she had another gas can that had the initials CH that was for the chainsaw. That actually was found on the front porch, but she went out to the garage with law enforcement when the search warrant was executed. That gas can with the letters LM was missing. That becomes very important in the investigation. So Daniel, he's going to tell you that then they wanted to go over, the defendants wanted him to accompany them over to 5210 North Division Street because they wanted him to take that Toyota Celica, or actually he had already had, Brian had reached out to him about doing some work on that Toyota Celica. So when they get there in the Dodge Nitro, and we're talking mid-afternoon, Adriana, Devon, go in to the lower level of 5210 North Division Street. They're going to get the keys for the Toyota Celica. Daniel wanders up to that entry door. So if you're looking at the front of the house, if you go to your left, or what would be the south side, there's a sidewalk with an entry door. He goes to the entry door, it's standing open. He looks down the stairs, and at the bottom of the stairs, there are pools of blood on the carpet. And it's very quiet. And Brian Goodwin's house is never quiet. And Daniel will tell you that something did not feel right, and he didn't want to be there. He gets the keys from Adriana. Adriana wants him to take Kilo with him. He gets Kilo in the vehicle, and Kilo is bleeding, and there's an injury to his ear. And he's going to tell you that it appeared as if somehow it looked like he had been shot or grazed in some way. He takes Kilo. We're going to extend the story out with Kilo. Kilo eventually gets turned over to the Scott County Humane Society. He is treated for the wound to his ear, and then he's adopted out to a lady by the name of Ginny Usher, who lives outside of Scott County. But we've got Erica Gunn, who's going to come in from Scott County Humane Society, that will talk about the injuries to Kilo's ear, which is believed to be injuries sustained in his attempts to intervene to protect either Amy or Brian. And then he's got that permanent scarring, and Ginny Usher will come in, and you'll see photographs of Kilo, who is now named Frankenstein. Okay, so Daniel leaves. Daniel goes over to his daughter's house, and he's freaked out. He'll tell you he was freaked out. He tells his daughters, something's not right. He does not feel good. Something is not right. He's going to tell you about statements that the defendants made about something bad happening there and there needing to be a fire. Okay? And so then from there, he'll talk about attempts for them to reach out to him, but he doesn't want to be around them that day. Okay? He's just not feeling comfortable. All right. From there, then, where do we go? Adriana Blake and Devon Braet show up at 1604 Arlington Avenue that evening. They know a young man by the name of Nick Laskazik. He's dating Alexandria Scriver. She lives at that address. And then there's a young man by the name of Joseph Ellis who just happened to be visiting. They show up, they hang out there for a while. They want Nicholas to do work on that black Dodge Nitro because it's without a headlight. And they don't want to get stopped by law enforcement. So they leave that Dodge Nitro there. However, they need a ride back to Kevin Morgan's apartment, or where he's staying. So Alexandria Scriver, and she's got a gold Camry. I'm not quite sure about that. But anyway, she's got a gold vehicle. She agrees to take them, and on the way, as they're going there, they want her to stop at the Brady Mart. Adriana wants her to go in and get some cell phones that she texted to her, the description of those cell phones. All right? And so then Alexandria goes in, Devon comes in, there's a request made for cell phones, Devon steps into the equation, and then she will tell you that she heard Devon being told that they couldn't do the repairs to the cell phones, and so that therefore there was no fee to be charged. Amy Smith and Brian Goodwin's cell phones were never recovered. All right? And you're going to hear about Brian's cell phone, how it was either passcode protected or through a fingerprint or facial recognition. The witnesses will tell you that. But you're going to hear from people close to him what he would have on that phone that would allow access to money. One of those phones was identified as being Brian Goodwin's phone. So then Alexandria takes them over to the apartment on 35th Street. She goes inside. Weather is horrible during this period of time. Temperatures are extremely cold. There's a lot of snowfall. She'll tell you just about what was going on, but essentially the import of what happened there during the evening hours, and we're talking after 10 o'clock p.m. on January 15th, because they get to the Brady Mart around a little after 10, and again, we've got video surveillance footage that establishes that. Adriana and Devon are acquiring another vehicle. Kevin Morgan gives them keys to a vehicle. And so Alexandria is up in the apartment, and she watches them go outside to the back of the building, and they go up to this car, and they're trying to get into it, and it's not working. She thought that that was odd. And so then just them coming back inside and going back out, then Adriana notices that the logo on the keys is different than what would be, like if it was a Ford versus a Toyota, was different than the car that they were trying to get into. So then they go just a few stalls down, and then they get into a black Honda Accord that they end up leaving the area in. So now, black Honda Accord becomes very important. Alexandria goes to leave. Unfortunately, she gets her car stuck. She can't get out. In the meantime, we've got a number of interesting things going on, okay? So let's take Adriana Blake, let's take Devon Braet out of the equation, and let's take Alexandria Scriver out of the equation, because now I've got to jump to the other side of this story. Richard Dean is going to tell you that he'd been reaching out to Brian, and Brian wasn't responding. Amber LaBarge actually is going to tell you that she'd been reaching out to Brian, and he wasn't responding. Her car actually had been at a tow business, and Brian, she had asked him the previous night if he would take her over to this business so she could get her vehicle out. And he said, yeah, you know what, if I don't wake up, just keep calling me until you get a hold of me. She's calling him throughout the day. Brian is not answering. And this is very, very odd, because Brian's always that person that's there. Richard is going to tell you that around 8-something in the evening, and this will bear out relative to what we see on cell phone communications, this horrible feeling came over him, like something is seriously wrong with Brian. And now he's very worried and he's very concerned. And he's reaching out to Adriana, trying to figure out what the deal is with Brian. A central theme that you will hear through this trial are people reaching out to Adriana throughout January 15th trying to find Brian. And guess what? She's exiting stage left and not responding to those communications. Or if she does respond, coming up with excuses. She's not there, but coming up with excuses as to why she can't come back to the house. Richard then goes over to 5210 East or North Division Street to knock on the door to see if he can get Brian to answer. When he gets there, the thing that he notices is that there's a black glove laying in the driveway, and then he notices that there are like personal items in front of Amy Smith's car, which seemed odd. He's going to the door, pounding on the door, but he notices that there's a new door handle and a new keypad, security pad. He knew what that keypad was before, and he could just go in there, but he couldn't. And so nobody's responding. He starts to kick at the door, trying to see if he can get in because he knows something's not right. Then he thinks, okay, maybe not the best course of action. He goes to the garage, and what does he notice? There are a lot of DeWalt tools that are missing. He will tell you that he and Brian, in their trade, had a lot of DeWalt tools, and he stored them there. And he noticed that there were a lot of DeWalt tools that were missing. He's not feeling good. So then he's thinking in his mind, where do I need to go to try and find Brian because he's not answering? Obvious answer, Victoria's. He's driving over to Victoria's to see if Brian's there. Amber is not feeling good, and so then she's with a girlfriend, Tanya. I'm going to say Tania. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And they're in a white SUV, and they're out looking for Brian. And then their obvious thought was, let's go over and see if he's at Victoria's. As chance would have it, Victoria and Tanya are there. They see the Nissan Xterra pulled in the driveway. They see a subject get out. Amber calls Brian. It's not Brian. She realizes it's Richard. They get together. They realize that neither of them can make contact with Brian, and they're not feeling good. Tanya has to go home to take care of her husband and her children. Richard and Amber go back to her house, and they're sitting around and they're talking because they're not feeling good, and they're deciding on their course of action. They decide then that they're going to go back to 5210 East Division Street and see if they can figure out what's going on. They call Tanya and ask her to come back because they want somebody to be there just in case something untoward happens. So Tania leaves her house. This is where video surveillance footage is going to become very important again because all of this is captured on the video surveillance cameras at Casey's. They go over there. They're not getting any answer. At some point, they decide what they're going to do is they're going to go over to the Casey's parking lot, and they're going to sit up there and watch to see if any activity develops at 5210 North Division Street. Nothing's happening, so then they decide that they're going to move their position around Casey's to be a little bit more discreet. All right, then they decide that they're going to throw some bait out there. They send a text message to Brian's phone that says, hey, the $400 I owe you, I put it in the mailbox. What happens? Shortly thereafter, guess what? As they're maneuvering and going around the backside of Casey's, and they'll talk about their movements out on Division, they see Brian's white and black Dodge Nitro pull up into the Casey's parking lot. So they come around on Division, pull into that driveway there, and then they go to cut off the Dodge Nitro. Brian isn't in that Dodge Nitro. There is a gentleman wearing a Steelers cap and a stocking cap and a mask that's driving, and another subject, a white male, in the front passenger seat that Richard thought was a subject by the name of T. Foley. He got that wrong. It ends up being Nicholas Blaskozic, and Joseph Ellis was the driver. They block it. Joseph Ellis and Nicholas are going to tell you that they had left the house at Arlington because we've got Alexandria who got stuck over at 35th Street. And so then they headed over there because they thought maybe they were there. But then Adriana sent a text to Nicholas, hey, check to see if there's anything unusual going on there at 5210 North Division. So they come over there. They're getting blocked. Tania comes in. She's blocking them. Joseph gets very unnerved by it. He goes around, and then there is a chase heading south down Division Street. The 911 call goes into the Scott County Communications Center. Amber LaBarge is talking with dispatch about what's going on. Ultimately, as they're chasing this Dodge Nitro, dispatch tells them to stop, and then the vehicle eventually gets away from them, and they'll tell you about the path of travel. They go back then to the Quick Start at Division and Kimberly, where they talk with an Officer Lee, and they tell Officer Lee what's going on. So this is around between 11:30 and midnight on January 15th. Very important, because we're gonna have some significant developments at 3:57 a.m. during the morning of January 16th, after the midnight hour. Officer Lee goes, and Corporal Jaron goes over there, and they just check around. He sees the glove, he sees the items in front of the car, but they can't make contact, and so then he clears the scene. Then, 3:57 a.m. in the morning, actually about 3:55 a.m. in the morning, Hong Vo, H-O-N-G, Vo, last name V-O, she lives next door. So she is on the south side of 5210 North Division. So if you walk along that south sidewalk, which is that sidewalk that takes you to that side door, Han Vo's mother, during the evening of January 15th, had taken the children over to the elementary school in that area to go sledding. One of her little girls was having some real issues, and there was swelling with the ears, and it was apparent that she had gotten frostbite. So Hong had to take her child to Genesis East, and then she was returning home. Night sky, clear and beautiful. But then as she gets closer to her home address, she sees all of this smoke. And she pulls into the driveway, and there's fire coming out from 5210 North Division. She calls 911, fire personnel is dispatched, law enforcement officer Lee comes back. They ultimately end up finding two bodies that had been placed on a mattress. There was an accelerant poured over the mattress, and these were the burnt bodies of Brian Goodwin and Amy Smith, all right? And what you are going to see is you're going to see video surveillance footage from 35th Street, where Devon and Adriana pick up Uncle Kevin Morgan sometime after 3 a.m. and shortly before that fire call comes in. You see that vehicle arrive there at Division Street. Kevin Morgan will tell you that he just sat in the vehicle, and they'd asked him to come with them just to keep an eye out for whatever reason. And then they came back to the vehicle, and then that black Honda Accord returns him back to the address at 35th Street. We capture that on the cameras from the business across the way. Kevin gets out. He realizes he forgot his keys. He communicates with Adriana. We'll see that through phone communications. She comes back. You can see him getting in that car and getting his keys, and then they leave. The fire investigation determined that it was an arson. There was an accelerant that was poured over those bodies with things placed on those bodies on the mattresses, and they were burnt bad, and you're going to see those images. But then beyond that, here's what you're going to hear. We go back to our city cameras and our LPR readers. We know that after Kevin Morgan was dropped back at the 35th Street address, shortly around 4 a.m. on January 16th, that car goes back west on 35th to Harrison. Turns south, meaning heading toward the downtown area. As it's going through 4th, 3rd, and 2nd Street, we've got city cameras that pick up that vehicle there. And then we've got that vehicle crossing the Arsenal Bridge and leaving the state of Iowa. Then, from there, we have more developments. Obviously, we've got that device that Adriana was wearing that we're tracking. And there are other resources that are being utilized. There are LPR cameras in the state of Illinois, but at any rate, Daniel Heinrichs is contacted by Adriana. She and Devon are in Galesburg. The black Honda has broken down. They're at a rest stop, which ends up being the Krisdala, K-R-I-S-D-A-L-A, Baca, B-A-K-A rest stop. They need alternate transportation. Adriana is also reaching out to a friend of hers by the name of Melissa Weber, who lives up on 1025 College Avenue. You will see cell phone communications where Melissa and Adriana are talking, and she's talking about what happened to the vehicle, and Melissa is telling her, you guys need to distance yourself from that vehicle. Daniel communicates with Sergeant Askew of the Davenport Police Department. He gives this information. Davenport Police Department has information that they're coming back into town to get a different vehicle to be able to leave. So the Davenport Police Department takes one of their vehicles and uses it as a bait vehicle and sets it up at the Quick Star at 65th by Menards. We've got law enforcement assets going out there, members of our emergency services team, which is our SWAT team. We've got our detectives who are dressed in plainclothes capacity. Surveillance is being maintained on that car, so if you're on Brady and you look at the Quick Star, that vehicle was parked right there in front of that building. So Brady, we see gas pumps, and then that vehicle. Sometime before midnight, there is a white Ford Explorer that pulls into the parking lot, pulls up along the driver's side of the vehicle, which has been disabled. We've got Detective Corporal Dan Reeves sitting at the gas pumps with a direct eye on, radio communications going on with members of our emergency services team and our detective bureau. Adriana Blake gets out of the rear passenger seat on the passenger side of that vehicle, wipes the snow off the windshield, gets in the car, gets out, gets back in. At that point in time, the go signal is given. The emergency services team basically comes in. We've got a block on that vehicle, driver's side, passenger side, rear. Then the call out, Devon, Braet, the door was open. You're going to hear about how they were giving commands for them to keep their hands up, how he's looking around, how he's very slow to act. There were concerns and information provided that if Devon and Adriana had contact with law enforcement, they were going to shoot it out with law enforcement. So there were those concerns for that. Devon Braet gets out finally. He's directed back to one of our officers who takes control of him. As he's coming back, they see that there's a holster in his waistband. Corporal Welch asks him, do you have a gun on his person? Devon Braet goes like this. They take him back, secure him, move him further back because they've still got to continue the call out. He ends up having a 9mm handgun in his pocket, and then we take some meth out of his pocket. That's where the charge for the possession of a Schedule II controlled substance comes into play. Adriana is called out next. She has nothing on her person, but as she's seated there in that seat, right next to her is a Michael Kors purse that you will see in video surveillance footage associated with her, and then a camouflage backpack, and then there's a black leather notebook. Right in front of her, we have that magazine pocket, that's located on the rear of front passenger seats. Inside that was the .38 caliber revolver. Down on the floor, there was a cell phone that we seized, that we later determined they acquired at the Walmart when they fled to Galesburg, which will have some very significant evidence on that for you. And then in addition, that .22 caliber handgun that looked like the short rifle, that was taken out of the packaging, and she had some meth there. So they were secured and then transported down to the department. Eventually, all these cell phones were extracted. One of the things of import is this. On that cell phone that had been acquired, and Devon Braet bought that at the Walmart in Galesburg, there are not only photographs that they took of each other holding those guns and stuff like that, but in addition to that, there was a video that was made, 2 videos that were made, and you'll get to see those. But then one of those, Devon is making the video, and then he makes a comment about what happened. Adriana says, I shot them. Then he laughs and corrects it and says, all you people who think that we did something, we didn't do something, and is making light of it. That really, in a nutshell, is what you're going to hear about. There's actually a lot of detail to everything, but that gives you a good overview. So ideally, as we go through this and we walk the various stages, that will be very manageable for you so that you can take the pieces of the puzzle and put them together. I do want to tell you this. You're going to have some significant presentations made to you. The plotting of that device that Adriana was wearing, Detective Lauren Anderson She went through and did the review of all of the data, showing us the various locations of her movements throughout this period of time. And then we've got video surveillance footage from all of these different locations, for the most part, other than like at the Arlington Street address. But that's been put together. We will have one full day, and even video surveillance footage of Galesburg and the Krizdala Baca rest stop. We'll have one full day of video review so that you can just see all of that sets forth that sequence of events. Another thing that I want to tell you about is this. Melissa Weber, who was involved in arranging transportation for the defendants, she had reached out to a gal named Diana Helpler and said, hey, I've got some friends who've had some vehicle trouble. Would you mind going up to this particular address and picking them up? Diana said, sure. Went up there, realized it was Adriana, not real happy about that, didn't know Devon, didn't feel good about it, but got them back to Melissa's. And then Melissa had been reaching out to DeAndre Braet, who was the driver of the white Ford Explorer. Again, just a gentleman minding his own business, going about his day. Melissa saying, hey, look, I've got some friends who need a ride. And then so he agreed to give her friends a ride, shows up at her house a little after 11 on January 18th, the day of the takedown, and then sees Adriana and Devon coming out. He didn't know Devon, wasn't real happy about that, takes them over to the bait car, had no idea what was going on, so he just got caught up in this situation as well. So you'll hear from Diana, you'll hear from DeAndre, and then the other thing I think that I do want to mention before I conclude my opening, we did get video surveillance footage for the Krizdala Baca rest stop. One of the things that was captured in that is you will see Adriana Blank walk to a huge snow mound, and she throws a backpack there. Once we figured that out by looking at footage, our detectives, once we found out that the car was there, we've got detectives who go out there, we seize the car to get the search warrant, then we see video surveillance footage and see that she's thrown something across the snow mound. Detective Robinson and Detective Killinger went out there. They seized that. Within that backpack were a number of broken components to a DVR. And there was some type of gasoline poured all over it. That becomes very important because at the house of 5210 North Division Street, there were video cameras affixed around the structure that would record all activity of anybody coming and going from that residence. In the living room of the downstairs portion of the residence where Brian lived, there was a DVR that was missing. If you had that DVR, you would be able to access the images from those cameras, but that DVR was missing when we got the search warrant after we realized it was an arson homicide during the early morning hours of January 16th. And interestingly enough, what do we have in that backpack? All of these broken components of a DVR. So I think really that pretty much sets the landscape. There will be more details, but ideally that gives you a perspective of what you're going to hear about. One final thought is this. There's a lot of heavy lifting that was going on. So Detective Robinson, Corporal or Sergeant Askew now, they were our lead detectives. The state will call them, put them on the stand at different junctures just to focus on testimony that relates to what's happening relative to the timing of certain witnesses during one phase of the trial versus another phase. So you will see them coming and going. So it makes more sense because if we were to put them on the stand and then they tell the whole story, if you don't have the backdrop associated with everything that they're telling you about, it won't make sense. So you'll see them come and go, and that's going to be true for Corporal Dan Reeves. He was on call when the initial call came in to the department. The Detective Bureau wasn't in yet, so then he was gathering together all of our law enforcement assets and marshaling those, but then he was our eyes on January 18th at the Quick Star when they arrived. So he'll come in at different points in time. So just understand that so that that makes sense, okay? And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being very, very attentive. There's a lot of detail, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I think I neglected to introduce the parties, which I will do to you now, for you now. You've heard from Scott County Attorney Ms. Kelly Cunningham. She's assisted by Assistant County Attorney Mr. Richard Kirkendall. The defendants in this matter are Adriana Blake. Ms. Blake is represented by attorneys Christopher Cragnis and Austin Luce. The defendant, Devon Braet, is represented by attorneys Amy Keeps and Jill Eimerman. I think counsel, because of the hour, will break for lunch, and then defense can start with their opening statements after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we will break until 1:30. Please remember the admonition not to discuss this case with anyone, not to form any opinions, not to allow anyone to discuss this matter with you. When you return, you'll return to your jury room as you did this morning. We'll see you at 1:30. Have a good lunch, everyone. Remain seated.
kids to try to find the culprit. And when she rounded up all the grandkids, there was one grandkid that was missing. It just so happened to be my older brother. After some searching, he was found across the gravel road, past the cows, past the pigs, hiding in the hay shed. Because it may not surprise you to learn that he was responsible for the broken cookie jar. But after some discussion, my grandmother realized that while he had broken the cookie jar and he had run and fled and hid across the street, he didn't break it on purpose. So even though his actions afterwards weren't the best, they didn't change what happened. They didn't change the fact that the cookie jar wasn't broken intentionally. The cookie jar wasn't broken maliciously. It was an accident, but my brother knew that that cookie jar was important, and he knew that it would upset my grandmother. Now I tell you that story because maybe when you think back about it, you might think of your own story that you can relate to this. And it relates back to what Mr. Cragness talked with you a little bit about yesterday, which is how people respond to certain events. And you thinking about how you might respond. Can you listen and try to understand why somebody else might respond differently? And you're all here because you said that you can do that. So as you listen to the evidence in this case, I hope you might think every now and then about that broken cookie jar in my grandparents' kitchen. Mr. Cragness talked about how when things happen, not everybody's first plan of action is to pick up the phone and call law enforcement. And Mr. Cragness said, can you understand, ladies and gentlemen, why for some people that would not be the first thing that they do? And you all said, yeah, I can stop and look at that and think about that from someone else's perspective. As Mr. Luce said, there's a whole cast of characters in this, and you might find that you can relate personally to very few of them. You may find that they live an entirely different life than you have. And you're going to have to weigh that in and think about that. You even heard from Ms. Cunningham that two of the state's witnesses, when they started to think that something was wrong, that something had happened to Brian Goodman, they didn't immediately pick up the phone and call the police. They hatched a plan. They hatched a plan where they were going to take $400 and see if they could kind of solve it themselves, right? So for a lot of people, those alternatives come to mind before they think to pick up the phone and call the police. As with Mr. Luce, you have heard from the state what the state expects the evidence to show in this case. And there are a lot of facts that you heard. And I will tell you now, standing in front of you, that there are a lot of facts in this case that we aren't disputing. Like Mr. Luce said about his client, the state is going to present evidence that our client was at that location, that duplex on Division Street, before, during, even after this happened. He was living here as well, ladies and gentlemen. And when you've heard all of the evidence in this case. While there are a lot of facts, what those facts mean is not so clear. There's almost always more information, isn't there? There's always two sides to every story. So in this case, while we may hear a lot of evidence, there are going to be gaps in that evidence. There are going to be things that you simply don't know what happened. And you will need to use your judgment and your common sense. When you look at all of the evidence at the close of the case, you will find that the state has perhaps proven some things to you beyond a reasonable doubt. We won't stand here and tell you that Devon is without any fault in this. But we will stand here and tell you that the state has not met its burden. And its burden, again, being the highest burden that we have in this system of ours, beyond a reasonable doubt. We will stand back here and we will tell you that the state has not met its burden. Without a doubt, that count one as to murder in the first degree. Not one count for Brian Goodwin, not two counts. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Is the state ready to call its first witness in your microphone, South Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Hung Vo to the stand.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this matter will be the complete truth? If so, say I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you have a seat in the black chair? Adjust that microphone to your comfort.
Okay, it's a little tight in there.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Hongo, H-O-N-G, V for Victor O.
Okay. Where do you reside, Ms. Vo?
1710 West 52nd Street.
And is that an apartment building or some type of residence that's been converted into multiple duplexes?
It's a duplex.
It's a duplex. How many living quarters are located in that physical structure?
2.
And how are they designated as a distinction, one from the other?
Well, they're facing a different way. The back porch is facing north.
Okay, and are they given like numbers like apartment 1, apartment 2, apartment A, apartment B?
Apartment, I live in apartment B.
Okay, and then who resides in apartment A?
My mother.
Okay, are you familiar with the residence located at 5210 North Division Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that address?
They live right behind me.
Okay, and so is the physical structure where you reside located right next to 5210 North Division Street?
Yes.
How long have you lived at 1710 West 52nd?
About 3 years.
Okay, if you could, so that the jury's got a perspective, what is located directly across the street from your residence and the residence of 5210 North Division Street?
Casey's.
All right. And then what would, in that area, is there a major street that Division intersects with?
53rd.
53rd Street. I'd like to direct your attention, if I could, to State's Exhibit 73B. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel it's been marked as State's Exhibit 73B. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I want you to take a moment to look at State's Exhibit 73B. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 73B?
Yes.
All right. And just to lay some foundation for this particular exhibit, how are you familiar with State's Exhibit 73B?
That's my house and my next door neighbor's house.
Okay. Is that a visual image of what the two residences look like?
Yes.
Does it show the relationship of the two residences to one another?
Yes.
Okay, and then would this be an accurate depiction of what the residences would have looked like in January of 2024, recognizing that we are in a different season when this particular image was collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 73B.
Objection? Ms. Fragmus?
No objection.
Ms. Keeps?
No objection.
Ms. Zimmerman? Thank you.
Thank you.
73B is admitted.
Your Honor, may I display that to the jury?
You may.
All right. Ms. Bowe, what I'd like for you to do, I want you to come down off of the stand, and then I'm going to have you point out what would represent 5210 North Division Street and what would represent the address where you live. Right behind you, there's a pointer. Do you see that? Okay. Now come on down, and it's tight quarters back here, but we'll work with what we have. If you could come over the diagram and stand over along what's going to be the left side of the diagram. Now, as we're looking at this diagram, can you show us what physical structure represents the building or duplex that you live in? Okay? And then speaking up, for purposes of our written record, on the diagram, when I asked you what structure you live in, is that located on the left side of the diagram or the right side of the diagram? As you're looking at it?
Left.
On the left, okay. And then if you move from the left of the diagram toward the middle of the diagram, what do we see there?
My next door neighbor's house.
Is that the 5210 North Division Street address? All right, Ms. Vogt, go ahead and take your seat if you could, and I'll ask you some more questions about that diagram. I'd like for you to describe the area between your residence and 5210 North Division Street. Is there some type of walkway that runs between the two residences?
Yes.
And what does that consist of?
Concrete and grass.
Sure. So is there a concrete sidewalk there?
Yes.
Okay. For 5210 North Division Street, is that a single-family dwelling or a duplex as well?
I believe it was a duplex.
Okay. And did you know during January of 2024 if anyone was living in the main level of that residence?
I don't know.
That's fine. Were you aware of whether anyone was living in the lower portion of 5210 North Division Street?
Yes, I was aware.
Okay. Now, was this an individual that you knew his name?
No.
Okay. Was this an individual that you ever visited with?
No.
If you were to see him, would you recognize this individual?
Probably, but sure, no.
And male, female?
Male.
Okay. Race of the subject?
He was white.
He was white. And then were you aware of whether or not there were other individuals who stayed at that residence with him?
There was a lot of frequent people going in and out.
Okay, all right. So now let's direct your attention, if we could, to January 14th of 2024. What day of the week was that?
I don't know off the top of my head. Was it Tuesday?
The
14th?
Yeah, we're not talking about the day of the fire, but January 14th.
What do you mean?
What day of the week was it? If January 16th was a Tuesday, what day of the week was January 14th?
So was it Monday? Sunday?
Sunday? All right. Relative to the events of January 14th, I'm going to ask you this. Are you married?
No.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
6.
And then who did you indicate lived in the other duplex at the address of 1710 West 52nd Street?
My mother.
Okay. On the evening of January 14th, was there a family activity that occurred that involved the children?
Yes.
Describe that family activity.
My mom was taking my kids to Truman to go sledding.
Okay. What is Truman?
It's a school, elementary school.
And is that the elementary school that we recognize being located out in that area near Division Street?
Yes.
Okay. What time of day would your mother have taken the children to go sledding?
Between 7:30 and 8.
Okay. How would you describe the weather conditions on January 14th?
It was cold, snowy.
All right. Was there a lot of snow accumulation on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. When your mother returned back to 1710 West 52nd Street with the children, how did the evening play out in your household relative to family activities and the children?
They came back and obviously took a nap or went to sleep, but my daughter ended up having a frostbite, and I ended up taking her to the emergency room.
Okay. At what point in time did you notice that your daughter was having some real struggles with frostbite?
I would say about 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
So would that take us into the early morning hours of January 15th?
Yes.
Where did your daughter sustain frostbite at?
On both her ears.
Okay. When you noted that, what hospital did you take your daughter to?
Genesis.
Okay. And then how long were you there at the emergency room?
I would say about, we left about like 2:30ish.
Okay. All right. And then what time would you have returned home?
Yeah. Not 2:30, it couldn't have been 2:30, I'm sorry. 3:30, it was 3:30ish.
Okay, and actually what I need to do is I think that I've gotten you confused. Was it Monday night that this happened? On January 15th that the children went sledding?
Yes.
Okay, got it, all right. And then so January 16th, as you said earlier, was what day of the week?
Tuesday.
Okay, then so when you took your daughter to the emergency room, would that have been after the midnight hour of January 15th going into the early morning hours of January 16th? Thank you, I'm sorry, my apologies for that. All right, going back to that question, what time or how much time do you think you spent at the hospital with your daughter?
A couple of hours, like an hour or two.
Sure.
It was really fast.
When you were returning from the hospital to the family home, what street were you coming up?
North Division.
Okay, and so as you were traveling on Division, would you have been traveling north or south? If you're heading toward the interstate, that would be north. Okay, all right. How would you describe the night sky generally before you got to the area of where you reside?
It was clear.
Sure. And as you got closer to your family home, did you notice a change in what you were observing?
Yes.
Describe.
As I was driving, I seen a really gray cloud, big cloud.
Where was that located at?
It would be on my left-hand side, in between the houses.
Okay. All right. So if you're traveling north on Division, is the left side on the driver's side of your vehicle? Mm-hmm. And then when you say you noted that gray cloud between the two houses, what two houses are you referencing?
Mine and my neighbor's.
Okay. Would that be the address of 5210 North Division?
Yes.
When you saw that gray cloud, what went through your mind at that point in time?
I didn't really think of anything at the moment until I pulled in my driveway.
All right. And then once you pulled in your driveway, did you park?
Yes.
Okay. How would you, and I'm going to go back to the exhibit. As we look at 73B, do we see a driveway associated with your residence?
Yes.
Would you have parked in that driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you parked in that driveway, where did you walk to in order to enter your residence?
To the right.
Okay? Would that be that pathway that runs between your house and 5210 North Division Street?
Yes.
And as you got out of the car and started to proceed inside, describe for the jury what you observed.
Me and my children observed a flame.
Where was the flame coming from?
My neighbors.
Okay, now, when you say your neighbors, can you give us a specific location that you saw the flame coming from?
Yes.
Describe.
Mid B, on top of their roof, or, yeah, the roof.
The roof of the house?
Mhm.
All right. When you saw the flame on the top of your, on the roof, what went through your mind?
I just immediately called 911
Okay. When you called 911, what did you report?
that I believe my house, or my neighbor's house was on fire.
All right.
I was kind of scared, so
Sure. And then what did dispatch advise you?
to get away from there, and then just immediately the police department came.
All right. There's another question that I want to ask you. Do you generally have an idea of what time you would have made that call to 911 to report the fire during the early morning hours of January 16th?
Yes, it was close to 4 o'clock in the morning. I want to say between 3:45 to 4.
Sure, absolutely. All right. Now going back, you made the call and you indicated that law enforcement started to arrive on the scene. Walk us through that scenario and what developed.
I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on, of course, with the fire department and the police department, and then that was it for the most part.
Okay. At some point in time, did you speak with a law enforcement officer to report your observations?
Yes,
All right. And is that how you then were identified as a witness to this particular event?
correct.
The events that you've described, did they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Roos? Or Mr. Craiglis, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A little nervous?
A little bit.
You're doing great.
Thanks.
My name is Chris, along with Austin. We represent Adriana in this matter. Just a couple of quick questions for you. Have you noticed a lot of traffic that has gone in and out of your neighbor's house in the past?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, did any event occur in October previous to this? What was that?
It was the morning of my son's birthday. The house got raided.
What do you mean by raided?
It was police tactics came in their house.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In fact, with your neighbors, there was always something going on over there, wasn't there?
I'm sorry?
There was always something going on over there, wasn't there?
Yes.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
The state calls next witness.
State calls Tracy Screechfield, Your Honor.
Joshua, when you're filming, would you please be careful not to display the computer screens of the attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Would you raise your right? You'll have a seat in the back chair, and adjust the microphone to your comfort.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Tracy Screechfield, Tracey Screechfield.
What do you do for a living?
I'm the Deputy Director at Scott Emergency Communications Center, also known as SECC or SEC.
And what is it that SEC does?
My dispatchers take all of their 911 calls for all of Scott County. They also take administrative calls, and they dispatch for all the police and fire departments in Scott County.
And just so we're all on the same page, I think we all sort of have an idea of what taking a 911 call entails, but what does dispatching then mean?
they're moving, but typically if you're in Scott County, it'll route directly to our center.
And then when those calls come in, are they recorded?
Yes, all of our phone calls and our radio traffic is automatically recorded. The dispatchers, they can't start or stop that, or they can't decide when it starts or stops.
Can you, as the deputy director, go back and edit those phone calls at all?
No, I can only, it's like a view only, but I'm listening to the audio, and I cannot edit. It's a non-editable software.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about a few 911 calls related to this case. I'm going to start with 2 of them from the morning of January 16th. Are you familiar with those calls?
Yes.
And have you been able to review the recordings that SEC generated for those phone calls?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate recordings of the 2 calls to 911 on the morning of January 16th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 65 discontaining those 2 calls.
Objection, Mr. Roos?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Ammerman? Oh, Ms. Keeps?
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 65 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Emergency. Hi, I'm calling into my driveway, and I believe my next door's house is on fire. Do you know that address? No, but I'm doing it right. I don't know. Okay, what is your address? My address is 1710 West 52nd Street. What city? Oh my God, I see it. Davenport, Iowa. Okay. Alright, well, I'm over here. Okay, repeat that so I have it correct. 1710 West 52nd Street is my address. Okay. And is it the neighbor to which direction, to the east or west? I don't know. I don't know which direction it is, but I am pulling into my driveway right now, and it's stinks. And I'm scared because it's not showing my house. Okay, what is the phone number you're calling from? My cell phone. I just came from the emergency room. What is your phone number? 563-200-8831. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I know you said you smelled something. Tell me exactly what. I just pulled into my driveway coming from the emergency room, and there was a whole bunch of smoke, and I pulled in the driveway, and there's something burning. Okay. Do you smell smoke or you see smoke? Yes, I do smell it. Okay. All right, one moment here. Just stay with me, okay? Do you see any flames? We did. Where do you see there is that? Smoke. There's smoke right now. Where did you see the flames? Outside of the house. Where outside of the house? On top of the roof. Oh my gosh. Should I go up there and check? Davenport, keep your distance, okay? Just a moment here. Okay. Okay, and I'm looking. One moment here. 1710. Cover your nose. Okay, and is your house is right off the division. Where's your house? Is it north or south of you? Oh my gosh, north, I believe. Okay, is it like an apartment building? Yes, it's like a brick house. You said big house or brick house? 5210 Division Street. Okay. Oh my God. Should I walk in my house or no? 52nd Street. Okay. Alrighty. We're gonna get some help there, okay? Do you know... And I apologize, I'm listening to my fire department as well. Wait, go outside the car and see if anybody... Come back! Alright, caller, can you tell me if anybody's evacuating the residence? I don't see nobody there. Okay, do you know if anyone lives here currently? there is supposed to be someone, there's a car in the driveway.
Okay, just a moment
I see
here.
the police there.
I'm sorry, you said there's police in there?
Yeah, I see
Okay,
the police.
go speak with the officer. All right, thank you.
The officer.
Ms. Greenfield, do you know what time that call came in?
About 3:56 in the morning.
Division at 53rd by the Casey's. I think our house is on fire. You can smell like material burning.
Okay, repeat the location.
Division at 53rd.
Okay, we do have a call in at 5210 Division.
Yeah, that probably be it.
Do you see anything or you just don't?
I just drove by it on the way to work and it's pretty.
Fully engulfed.
No, the back of it looks like it is because the whole street's covered in smoke. And it smells like. It definitely smells like a fire.
All right, we're helping out. Thank you for calling.
Now, as we're looking at this diagram, can you show
Because we're not aware, we usually on the 15th.
At approximately what time was that call to 911?
It was like 11:46 in the evening.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording of that call?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the call that was recorded by the Scott Emergency Communications Center?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 64, the January 15th 911 call.
Objection, Mr. Luce?
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Keeps?
No objection.
Exhibit 64 is admitted.
May I close, Your Honor?
You may.
Before we play the call, Ms. Greenfield, are you aware of who the caller is on this one?
Amber, I think she said LaBarge. I might have mispronounced that.
What was the address of your emergency? 5210 North Division. We're headed on Kimberly Division. We're chasing my kid's dad's vehicle. My kid's dad is missing. His vehicle, it has two people in it. It's a black and white Dodge Nitro.
Okay, quit chasing it, okay?
Okay, well, they're...
Okay.
Okay. Quit chasing.
Okay. So, repeat the location where you're at.
They just, 42nd Street and Division.
Okay. What direction did the vehicle leave?
They turned down 42nd Street into the neighborhood.
Okay, just a moment here. Where are you going to meet officers?
I'm at Quick Star on Division and Kimberly.
Okay. All right, just a moment here, okay? All right, what is the phone number you're calling from?
269-357-5076. Here, the officer coming here. He said quit following them.
And what kind of vehicle are you in? What kind of vehicle are you in?
I'm in a Xterra, Nissan Xterra, sorry.
Okay, what color?
Gray.
Okay. Now tell me exactly what happened.
My kids and dad, I've been trying to get a hold of them all day long today. He's been missing. Hold on.
Tell him, whoever's with
Chasing them, he said.
tell them to stop chasing him. I need to get information so we can send you an officer so nobody gets hurt.
My kids and dad, stop chasing them, she said. She needs to stay with the officer.
Yeah.
You need to stop.
Tell them just wait at Quick Start. I have officers dispatched. If you're not there, you're not going to get help, period.
Okay, you need to go to Quick Start to talk to the officers, or we're not going to get help. My kid's dad has not been answering his phone all day today. I've been trying to reach him. I've been trying to get into contact with his roommate, and she keeps beating around the bush. His girlfriend said she hasn't seen him since 4 o'clock this morning. Nobody's talked to him. He had my son's car. My son's car is missing now. It's not in his driveway anymore. And go back to Quick Start.
I will.
And
Where is he missing from?
Here in Davenport, Iowa, his house on 53rd and Division.
Okay, is that the 5210 address that you gave me?
Yes, yes.
What's his name?
Brian Goodwin.
Okay. Okay, and you said that his vehicle's a Dodge Nitro?
Yes.
Is Brian's car, and you're advising it had 2 occupants and neither one was Brian?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But somebody had answered his phone, I guess. I guess some black guy had answered his phone and said that they got the phone because somebody had borrowed their vehicle and left the phone in the vehicle or some shit, which is a complete lie.
Who called the phone? Who spoke to this person?
His friend Vicky.
Okay. Okay. How long ago was that?
How long ago was that? Did you talk to? How long ago did you talk to this black guy?
Probably about 2 hours ago.
Probably about 2 hours ago.
Okay. Did he say where?
No.
Okay. And who is the roommate?
Audie, it starts with a P. I don't know exactly what her last name is.
Is her first name's Audie?
Yeah.
All right. What is your first and last name?
Amber Lamarche.
Okay. And Amber. Okay, I'm just checking. And so, is this normal for him to go and nobody be able to reach him, or?
No.
Okay.
No, anytime I call him, he calls me back within a few hours at the longest, and I've been calling him since 9 o'clock this morning.
Okay. All right. And did his girlfriend seem to be concerned with him not answering?
the last couple of days, but now all of a sudden today she's like not concerned at all.
When is the last time anybody spoke to him?
4 o'clock this morning.
Okay, and what was
that was his girlfriend, supposedly, talked to him.
what's his girlfriend's name?
Tori Smeaton.
Okay, Tori, and what, Tori's last name again?
Smeaton.
I'm sorry, you said Meehan?
Smeaton, like S-M-E-A-T-O-N.
Okay. All right, looks like we got an officer that's in that area. There.
Yeah, we're on our way back. Just quick start right now. I'm sorry, I don't have control over. I'm just a passenger.
I understand. Well, we have an officer that's arriving there, so if you guys aren't dead officers.
We're on Kimberly and Welcome Way right now, on our way back.
You're clear over at Kimberly and Welcome Way?
Yeah, we can go to this quick start here. They can just come down to this quick start. I don't know.
Okay, let me get my dispatcher.
I tried. Okay.
Okay, just a moment here. Natalie, dispatching. My caller is clear for a Welcome Way. Do you want her to go to the Main Street instead, or have her continue to Division? Let's start with this right now. I'm just gonna go over there. Okay, I'll just have her keep going there. Just continue to the quick start there at Division and Kimberly.
Okay.
All right. Okay. The officers are already there waiting.
Okay.
So follow the rules of the road. Stay safe, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
And go there. Even if you see the vehicle, continue to the quick start and we're almost back. All right?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Ms. Screechfield, does the SECC have the ability to ping someone's phone?
Yes,
What does that mean?
it essentially gets the longitude and latitude of the latest use of the cell phone. We have stipulations of when we can do it. We can't just ping anybody's phone anytime, but that's usually what it is.
What kind of situations qualify for a phone ping?
It has to be either somebody in danger to themselves or others is primarily what it is.
Do you know if any phone pings were done related to this case?
I believe that there was after the fact, but it wasn't right at this call. The dispatcher didn't make that initiation. They got that from the police department.
Do you recall what time the phone ping would have been?
It would be in our CAD log and our notes, and I could reference that to tell you, but I don't know that off the top of my head.
Would it refresh your memory to review that catalog?
Yes, if that way I can get you the answer.
I'm going to ask you to look at this document where I'm indicating, and then let me know if that refreshes your memory.
It does.
When was the phone ping from Zach?
Around 7:39 in the morning.
And this is probably an unfair question, but do you recall what phone number the phone ping was to?
I do not.
Okay. May I refresh your memory again? Would it help to review that document? Yes. Unless there's an objection, I'm just going to ask her to read it off the document.
No.
Okay.
Very well. You may read that phone number off the record.
563-579-6818.
And those kind of pings can be made at the request of a police officer conducting an investigation?
Yes.
Under the right circumstances?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where that phone number would have come from, the 563-579-6818.
Yes,
That's not someone you have an independent knowledge of whose phone number that was?
I do not.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Screechfield. Oh, sorry, I should ask you. Did the phone ping have any results associated with it?
I would have to reference the notes. I'm sorry, this was after the fact of the original calls.
Yeah. I'll hand you the document one more time, Ms. Screechfield. I'm just going to leave it up here with you. So, based on your review of that log, are you able to tell what results we got from that phone ping?
There were no results that it said that the phone was turned off.
Okay, and again, that was on January 16th at 7:39 a.m.?
Yes, and we got the results around 8 a.m.
Okay, so a couple of hours after the fire call,
Yes.
4 hours. All right, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions at this point.
Cross, Mr. Luce?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Cross, Ms. Keeps?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, thank you.
Your Honor, may I step outside real quick?
You may.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break at this time. We will reconvene at about 10 till.
Please remain seated for the jury.
Yes. We're taking a break, Ms. Kennedy.
Yeah. Not 2:30, it couldn't have been 2:30. I'm sorry. 3:30.
I think, yeah. Everyone gets an opportunity, each witness.
Well, not every.
No.
Oh, I see what you're asking, yeah, yeah. One. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I thought you.
In a perfect world.
Okay, now I think. Is that anything to you? That's
Mr. Cragmus, the TV camera on occasion, that's why I stopped, because when it was panning, it would see your right on the screen. So it wasn't anything on it, but, you know, you never know.
Thank you, Jeff, appreciate that.
yeah, or.
What was the first 911 call? Was it 66? 66 says nothing.
You two are going to take it over.
Okay. It was 64, 65, and oh, it's okay.
Two of them were on one exhibit.
Thank you.
Two of them were on the first course beginning that we can't administer that, so we'll have to take her over to medical. I'm here to help you guys out. We can technically. You can. No, we can't. My memory is a steel trap. Or otherwise.
Well, we can take her over.
Mine is.
It's going to be a longer than 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Give your ass medical.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Yep. Yeah, see, you joked about that earlier.
Counsel? You're telling? Yes. Go ahead. You got it.
Oh, is this an Adriana thing?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's that.
No, I never.
Oh, yeah.
He's explaining that.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
Oh, you're looking.
I think he's just related.
Oh, gotcha, okay. Got it. Okay, we'll be here, huh? We're here all day, huh? So, thank you for the explanation.
You let the judge know that? Yes, sir. Appreciate it. My idea would be much easier. And I'm not talking severance.
That's what you were doing.
What is it then? I'm new.
The coffee.
Oh. Is that?
Does your doctor tell her that caffeine is a treatment?
Yeah, she gets.
I have friends with migraines. I've never heard that before. I've heard the opposite. The caffeine's an accelerant.
Actually, I take Excedrin for it. Yeah, one of the reasons why Excedrin is so popular is because it's aspirin, Tylenol, and caffeine.
Yeah. I just took a half one myself.
Well, I am definitely going to use the
Did you see
restroom.
what's going on?
Yeah.
But so, she's a, we were doing a podcast.
Sent the link to my wife, and she said the same thing. She said, don't touch your nose. No, it's just, it's super simple. Says don't touch your nose. What do you need to do more than anything? You need to scratch it.
Yeah, and actually, the optics could be.
The core is what she would do. She had like a styrofoam account that she was and she would layer on top of it candy. So she would just real quick.
Yeah. Aww. Anything.
Are your eyes itchy or just your nose?
Oh, allergies? Yeah.
Probably like dirty building syndrome.
Yeah, it's minor. My eyes really bothers my eyes.
Yeah.
Hard to believe, right, that there'd be anything in this
Yeah, no, we got resolved the asbestos, so
Yeah,
we're good.
so I'm sure it's not that.
Yeah. Chelsea or agency.
Been to the department.
With the exception of the Vice Narcotics Unit, I've worked in every capacity within Detective Bureau, beginning with property crimes, then I transitioned to the Special Victims Unit, major case, and then was one of the founding detectives that began the Gun Investigations Unit. And then my services were needed back with the major case unit, and I've been working in that capacity since.
Define the focus of the Special Victims Unit.
So that focuses on child abuse. It's a pretty difficult job. Child abuse, sexual assault of both adults and juvenile children.
And then with the major case unit, what types of cases does the major case unit handle?
That focuses on crimes of persons. So you're dealing with everything from harassment issues, assaults, robberies, all the way up to homicide investigations.
Okay. Were you serving in that capacity as a detective with the major case unit in January of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation of subjects identified as Devon Braet and Adriana Blake?
Yes.
All right. Just so that the jury has a perspective, Adriana Blake, did she have another last name besides the last name of Blake?
At that time, we believed her last name to be Prieto, and that's Prieto.
So throughout the course of the trial, if the jury hears anyone identify a subject by the name of Adriana Prieto, would that also be Adriana Blake?
They are the same person.
Is Devon Braet present in court today?
Devon?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for our record?
Sure, he's the gentleman to my left wearing the light blue dress shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification.
It shall so reflect.
Is Adriana Blake present in court today?
Yes, she is.
Could you please identify her for our record?
She is the young lady sitting to my left that's wearing the black long sleeve shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect Detective Robinson's identification of Adriana Blake.
It shall so reflect.
Okay. How did you become familiar with the two subjects?
Through this investigation, I was not aware who they were prior to this.
Sure. And very simply, as far as the nature of the investigation that you're here to talk about, does that have any bearing to events that occurred during the early morning hours of January 15th and January 16th at 5210 North Division Street?
Yes, it does.
All right. All right. Now, Detective Robinson, just so that the jury understands, who was assigned as the lead detective or detectives with this investigation?
That would be myself and Sergeant Brandon Askew. Well, we're both assigned.
Okay. As far as this investigation is concerned, how voluminous was it relative to eyewitness interviews that were conducted or witness interviews and evidence that was collected over the course of the investigation?
Rather large, to put it simply. To simply put it, there were numerous witnesses that were either located and interviewed and or witnesses that simply just volunteered to come down to the police station and to be interviewed for this case. A great amount of cell phones that needed to be gone through, in addition to different locations that became pertinent to this investigation, not to mention a large amount of vehicles that were also involved.
Okay. What's the date range that we're talking about as far as the critical date range for events we'll be discussing?
We'll be focusing on January 14th of 2024 through the very end of the day of January 18th, 2024.
Okay. And with that being said, were you involved in a number of different aspects of this investigation?
Yes, I was.
All right. By virtue of that, do you have a significant amount of testimony to offer?
I do, yes.
And in order for the jury to understand, is the state going to call you to the stand multiple times to introduce testimony that would be relevant to a certain stage we'll be talking about through various witnesses?
Yes, I'll be testifying multiple times. I believe actually the definitive number is 5.
All right.
Over the duration of this trial.
All right. For purposes of helping us understand the type of evidence that was collected, you indicated that there were a number of witnesses who were interviewed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Given where we are at currently in the world relative to technology, describe then the various components that the jury will be hearing about with respect to this investigation, particularly as it relates to technology.
We'll be dealing with a large amount of cell phone downloads and the contents, and their contents therein. We'll be dealing with a very large amount of video surveillance testimony that I won't specifically be testifying to, but you will be hearing evidence related to videos that was collected throughout this investigation.
Okay. With these investigations, is neighborhood canvassing something that is a very typical component of an investigative task carried out by officers?
Yes, it's a pretty typical component of investigative work, is to do a canvass of the neighborhood, in addition, not only to locate and identify and interview potential witnesses, but also a canvass for video surveillance as well.
Okay, and then beyond that, when we talk about this investigation, were there elements that were present that helped us track movements of involved parties?
Yes.
Okay. Were there businesses that involved parties had been out traveling by in Davenport that had video surveillance cameras affixed?
Yes.
Will that be a component of testimony that the jury is going to hear about?
Yes, a rather large part, yes.
Okay. Can you speak to different types of cameras that are utilized by the city of Davenport that was also some of the investigative tools that were used in this investigation?
Sure. So pretty much any cameras that you can imagine. I mean, we would use commercial cameras located on different business establishments. But that also entails some private cameras that were on individual residences. There's also multiple traffic cameras within our city, in addition to license plate reader technology that's located in our city as well.
Can you explain to us what the license plate reader technology consists of and how that works, so we've got an understanding of that as we move forward in this trial?
The best of my knowledge and the best way I believe I can describe it would just generally be a camera that's in a fixed position throughout the city that would take photographs of different license plates traveling past each specific camera.
Okay. If a vehicle of interest is identified in an investigation and the license plate associated with that comes to the attention of law enforcement, how do you take those two variables and the vehicle with its attached license plate and utilize those LPR cameras, the license plate reader cameras, to identify locations vehicles of interest may have been or traveled through?
Well, for that example, you can, in your example, we would know what the plate is based on what you provided, and we can simply input the license plate number into the program and over a specific date range, and then it would give us different areas within the city and even outside of the city that it would have traveled by, or a picture of it would have been taken.
Sure. Beyond video surveillance cameras attached to residences or businesses or the city cameras or the LPR cameras, did law enforcement in this investigation discover a particular device being worn by one of the two defendants that would also help us track or identify that individual's movements?
Yes.
Who was that individual?
Adriana Blake.
Okay. Was this a device that she was wearing on her person?
Yes, it was.
What type of data did this device generate that law enforcement was able to utilize?
GPS information.
Okay, all right. And then one other piece of technology I'd like for you to talk about, if you could. Let's talk about cell phones. How do cell phones work relative to cell phone towers within a community?
I'm not intelligent enough to answer that question specifically. I just know that when we send off for cell phone records, tower information would be provided within those records. And a detective that is trained in that particular area would utilize that information and input it into a certain system that they have that would be able to provide that information and location information based on cell phone tower locations.
Okay, so if an individual is located in the area of 5210 North Division Street, is that phone going to hit on towers located within that area?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, and then one other additional piece of information that I want to ask you about so that you can answer a question for us that came up through the testimony of Tracy Screechfield associated with SET. Does law enforcement have the ability to ping phones to determine the locations of where those phones are at?
Yes, they do. When I was in patrol years ago, I don't believe we had that technology at that time. But they use it quite frequently in emergency situations now.
All right. Are there circumstances where Davenport Police Department or any law enforcement agency can reach out to our communication center, our Scott County Communication Center, and ask them to ping the location of a given phone?
Yes, I'm unclear or don't know exactly what the parameters would need to be established before that they can do that. Nor am I here to testify to that.
Sure.
I just know that we do have the capability to do that, or at least our dispatchers do.
Okay, if you could, let me throw this telephone number out there and tell me if you can identify who this telephone number belonged to. In the investigation, did the telephone number of 563-579-6818 come up?
Yes.
Were you able to identify who that telephone number belonged to?
Yes, I was.
Whose telephone number is that?
Brian Goodwin.
Okay. And so as of January 16th at 7:39 a.m., Ms. Screechfield from SET indicated that there had been an emergency request to ping that phone number. Was the Davenport Police Department actively trying to locate Brian Goodwin's phone at that time?
Yes, I believe so.
And at that point in time, had the fire at 5210 North Division Street already been called in?
On the 16th?
Yes.
Yes, it had.
What time did that dispatch go out that would have sent fire personnel to 5210 North Division Street?
That was roughly 3:57 in the morning.
All right. And then by 7:39 a.m. in the morning, had deceased bodies already been identified as being present in 5210 North Division Street?
Actual identifications, I don't believe had been made by then, but we did locate. There were 2 bodies located inside, yes.
To answer that question, who were those bodies later identified as?
Brian Goodwin and Amy Smith.
All right. Detective Robinson, for purposes of aiding the jury, was there a demonstrative exhibit that's been put together to identify all of the involved witnesses,
Yes, ma'am.
addresses that they're associated with,
Yes.
and then are there a number of different vehicles that were a component of this investigation?
Yes, there were.
And then so within this demonstrative exhibit, does it identify those vehicles and who they were associated with or owned by?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to present demonstrative exhibit number 90 which we talked about off of the record, but to present that and have Detective Robinson walk us through that demonstrative exhibit.
Is there objection to the publication? Do you want to publish it to the jury or just have the witness look at it? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, we'll put it up on the easel and then he can just walk us through the details of what's noted there, as far as parties and what addresses they're associated with and vehicles.
Objection, Mr. Cragnis?
No objection to that, Judge, but could we ask that the easel perhaps be put over by the detective so that both Mr. Braet and Ms. Blake are able to view it? Because in its current location, I don't believe they're able to see it.
The state's comfortable with that. It's just been tight here in the courtroom,
Yeah.
so we were struggling with the location.
That's fine. If you can do that, that'd be appreciated. Thank you,
Thank
counsel.
you so much, Your Honor.
Any objections, Keeps?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Whoa, you okay?
It liked his heel.
Yeah. I don't know that the witness can see it at that angle.
Or the jurors.
I can move.
All right, why don't we do that? I mean, let's get it so where the witness can see it and the
I
jury can
just
see
want to
it.
make sure that
Yeah.
the jury can see it.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Judge, for juror 59 and juror 39, can we just have them turn their chairs so that they're able to see that? And then I think the other concern is going to be for juror 28 and juror 28's ability to be able to see what we have here. So we'll do some positioning here if we could and see how we do. Is that good? Okay, perfect. All right, Detective Robinson?
You may step down so that you can reference the exhibit, Detective. Thank you.
All right, and Judge, can I stand up close because my
You may.
eyeglasses are not working well? I'm getting older and my eyes are changing quickly, so would that be fine?
Yeah, if you want to try these. No?
Readers don't even work, okay. All right, Detective Robinson, as we look at this demonstrative exhibit, what is the primary address we're going to be talking about?
That would be 5210 North Division Street.
Okay, through the investigation, were we able to determine, or was law enforcement able to determine who was leasing that particular address?
Yes. Brian Goodwin was leasing the downstairs portion of that, or at least renting the downstairs portion of that duplex, if you will.
Okay, the upstairs portion of that duplex, was it occupied or unoccupied during this investigation?
Unoccupied.
All right. As to 5210 North Division Street, during the relevant time frame that we're talking about, who was identified as staying there at that residence?
Brian Goodwin, who is our male homicide subject, Amy Smith, who is our female homicide subject, and then Adriana Blake and Devon Braet.
Okay. What was Adriana Blake, or what is Adriana Blake and Devon Braet's relationship to one another?
At that time, they were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Sure. And then of the two subjects, who actually was the associate or friend of Brian Goodwin?
Adriana.
Okay, all right. Now, moving beyond that, is there another subject that the jury will hear about that had stayed there during the short period of time prior to the homicides and arson?
Yes.
Who is that subject?
Jonathan Parrish.
Okay. Was Jonathan Parrish staying there at that residence during the events of January 14th through January 16th of 2024?
No, he was not.
At any rate, did Jonathan Parrish have a pet that will become a topic of conversation through the trial?
Yes. Based on information we received throughout the investigation, we believe Jonathan moved out at least a week and a half or 2 weeks prior to this incident taking place and left behind his dog.
And what was the name of the dog?
Kilo.
Okay, all right. Will Kilo become a relevant topic of conversation?
Yes.
All right. Now let me see what our next subcategory is. Going to our second category, were there family members of Brian Goodwin's that were interviewed and had relevant information?
Yes.
Who are those family members?
His wife, Sarah Goodwin, and then his son, Caleb Goodwin.
Okay. Who is the mother of Caleb?
That would be Amber LaBarge.
And then did Caleb, who did he reside with?
He actually lived with Sarah.
All right. And for Brian and Sarah, were they still married?
Yes, they were legally, yes.
Okay, were they living separately?
Yes, they were.
Is there going to be a vehicle that will become the topic of conversation as it relates to Caleb Goodwin?
Yes.
All right, and if you go to our second page at the bottom, do we have descriptions of involved vehicles that will come up in this investigation?
Yes, we do, at the bottom right-hand side.
What is the vehicle that will be associated with Caleb Goodwin?
That would be the third vehicle, which is listed under the involved vehicles, that being a Toyota Celica.
All right, now for our third category, and let me come back up and see what we've got there. Was there a girlfriend of Brian Goodwin's that was identified as a witness?
Yes.
What is that individual's name?
Victoria Smeaton.
And then what is her address generally?
4736 West 12th Street.
Sure, all right. Then beyond that, were there friends or an individual that Brian had been involved in a prior relationship that were actively looking for him during the events of January 15th?
Yes, they were. They would be listed under this category here, the fourth category.
Okay, who are those individuals?
That would be a Richard Dean, and his nickname is Dickie, generally what people would call him.
Pardon me for interrupting. Detective, there's a pointer right here. If you want to use that, that might help.
I was hoping to avoid that. So here's Richard Dean, and his nickname, or what people would generally call him, would be Dickie.
All right. The jury had a chance to hear the 911 call that Amber LaBarge had made to SEC during the evening hours of January 15th, prior to midnight, around, I don't know, what was it, 11:30, 11:45, somewhere around there. At any rate, she was talking to a subject named Dickie. Is Dickie Richard Dean?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then Amber LaBarge, what is her relationship to Brian Goodwin?
Ex-girlfriend, and also, as I previously mentioned, would be the mother to Caleb.
All right. Now, what's our next category that we're going to be talking about?
Bus driver who witnessed events at 5210 Division during the early morning hours of January 15th and also January 16th of 2024.
Who is that individual?
Cheryl Hageman.
All right. We're going to step away from that exhibit for a moment because then I want you to come back and set the stage for another exhibit that we're going to be talking about through this trial. Your Honor, the state would introduce State's Exhibit 73A. Counsel has indicated that they don't have an objection. Is that fair to say?
No objection.
Thank you. All right, let's go.
All right, there's no objection to Exhibit 73A. It is admitted.
All right. And then Detective Robinson, we've already had a chance to look at 73B, the visual image of 5210 North Division Street and the residence of Hong Vo. Can you explain what this particular exhibit is a visual depiction of?
Sure. This would be the front of Casey's, which is essentially directly across the street from 5210 Division Street.
So if you're standing there on the sidewalk of 5210 North Division Street and looking across the street, is that what you're going to see?
Generally, 5210 is actually a little bit more to the south.
Sure.
But this would be a general view of what you would see.
For our written record, which side of Division does Casey's lie on?
That is the east side.
Sure. And then is it at the corner of an intersection?
Yes, that would be 53rd and Division Street.
Certainly. And then again, for our record, Division runs what directions?
North and south.
53rd runs what directions?
East and west.
All right. When this particular image was collected, is it at a different time of year versus January of 2024?
Yes, very much so.
Describe for our written record what we're seeing relative to the season.
And I don't know specifically what season, but it's somewhere, I would assume, in the summer or fall months.
Okay.
There's obviously a lot of foliage still on the trees.
Sure. And in January of 2024, would any of that foliage have been present?
No.
All right. As far as the front of Casey's, where is it located on the building?
The front of Casey's faces west.
Okay, so would it face the side of the street that 5210 North Division is located on?
Yes, it would face Division Street, yes.
And are there any video surveillance cameras affixed to the front of Casey's?
Yes, that were used specifically for this investigation.
Can you identify those locations for our written record?
I believe there was one in and around the front door here, specifically that I can testify to at this moment in time. I believe there was another one. I don't know the exact location of it.
Would another witness be able to tell us the locations of those cameras?
Yes.
At any rate, just generally, were those cameras able to pick up activity going over to 5210 North Division Street?
Yes.
Okay, and does that become a component of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
All right, so we'll go back to Cheryl Hageman, the bus driver. Then generally, where was she going to be parked during the early morning hours of January 15th and the early morning hours of January 16th, where she made observations?
Would be somewhere in the area of the parking lot of the Casey's.
Okay, and was she facing 5210 North Division?
I don't know if she specifically was facing 5210, but nevertheless, she was able to provide some information relevant to 5210.
All right, now let's go to our next category. Is there a family member of Adriana Blake that will become the topic of conversation?
Yes, and that is under this category, which is witness slash uncle of Adriana Blake. His name is Kevin Morgan.
Was there a family member of Devon Braet that became the subject of the investigation?
A family member of Devon, yes, his mother.
And what is her name?
Becky Almazni.
Spell Almazni for our record.
I believe that is, yeah, that is A-L and then hyphen M-A-S-N-I.
Okay, all right. Let me see where we're at on our demonstrative exhibit as I get closer. All right. Then will we be talking about different individuals that are described as associates of Adriana Blake and or Devon Braet that they would have had contact with on January 15th?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a particular address that those individuals are associated with?
Yes.
Okay, give us the names of those individuals and the address that they were associated with.
That would be on the lower left-hand portion of this exhibit. They're all associated with 1604 Arlington Avenue, apartment number 4. And their names are Alexandria Scriver, Nicholas
Laskazik?
and Joseph Ellis.
All right. Going to the top, or what would be the second page of our demonstrative exhibit. For the caption there, do we have addresses associated with various witnesses that the jury will be hearing from?
Yes.
And are these locations that the defendants were identified traveling to during the day of January 15th and going into the early morning hours of January 16th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, take us through that category of individuals.
So this, we would now be up at the top right-hand corner here. So generally, we will be talking about 223 East 35th Street, apartment D. And then 512 East High Street, which is the residence of Devon's mother, Becky.
Okay, for the 35th Street address, what witness is associated with that?
Kevin Morgan, Adriana's uncle.
All right, and then generally, if you could, if we talk about Brady and Harrison Street, where would that apartment be located between those two major thoroughfares?
Closer to Brady, if you're familiar with Davenport, filling station restaurant, directly behind that.
Got it, all right. Continue with that listing of individuals.
I'll speak just to the locations here. We have the Motel 6, which is in the northern part of Davenport at 101 West 65th Street. There was an associate of Adriana's that was renting a room there at that time. She was identified as Brianna Tarkington.
Go ahead, okay. And where is that Motel 6 located, as it relates to major businesses we would all recognize, so we understand the area of town it's located at?
So as you're going out of town, it would be, there's the Quick Star and the Menards. 65th Street runs through there. That would be the hotel that runs, faces north, the front door faces north on 65th Street.
65th Street, if you cross Brady, what is that street?
65th Street, if you cross.
If you're on the other side, on the east side of Brady, what is it called?
Welcome Way, sorry.
Welcome Way or Veterans Memorial?
Yeah.
Veterans Memorial?
Veterans Memorial, yes.
Okay, so Veterans Memorial, Parkway, and 65th are one and the same?
Yes.
Okay, who else do we have in that category?
We have, well, we already talked about Alexandria Scriver and Nicholas Woskazik.
Sure.
I don't know if we referenced their address. Their address would be 1604 Arlington Avenue, apartment number 4. And that becomes relevant because that was learned to be a location that Devon and Adriana visited on January 15th.
Okay, what's our next category?
That would be associates of Adriana Blake, who she communicated with during the events of January 15th through January 18th.
Who are those individuals?
Melissa Weber and Daniel Heinrichs.
Okay, then our next category?
Individual directed by Melissa Weber to pick up Adriana and Devon at Cristala Baca Rest Stop in Woodhull, Illinois on January 18, 2024.
Who is that individual?
Diane Hepler
All right, and then our next category?
is associate of Melissa Weber, who provided a ride to Adriana and Devon after their arrival in Davenport on January 18, 2024 to the Quick Star on 65th Street.
Who is that individual?
DeAndre Bryant.
Okay, and just give a very basic description. Was July 18th a very critical event in the investigation?
Yes.
What happened on July 18th at the Quick Star over by Menards?
That was when we located Devon and Adriana, and they were taken into custody.
Okay, and then finally, our last category, does it set forth different vehicles the jury will hear about through the trial?
Yes.
Okay, all right, walk us, Brian Goodwin, did he have a number of different vehicles that he owned?
He did. He had multiple.
And did he allow individuals to use those vehicles?
Yes, quite frequently.
Okay, so walk us through all of those vehicles so that we can correlate the vehicle with a specific person.
Sure. So the bottom right would be the involved vehicles. The first one would be a white and black Dodge Nitro that belonged to Brian. That would be the vehicle that was operated by Devon and Adriana throughout periods of the day on the 15th, in addition to being operated by Joseph Ellis later in the day on the 15th that we'll hear testimony about.
Sure, okay, what's our next vehicle?
The black Nissan Xterra of Brian, that was actually the vehicle that was being operated by Richard Dickey Dean when the 911 call was made.
And was that the 911 call that Amber Labarge had made?
Yes.
Was she in the vehicle with Richard Dean?
She was a front seat passenger, yes.
Okay, next.
Toyota Celica of Brian Goodwin. That was picked up on the during the middle of the day on the 15th by Daniel Heinrichs, based on information that we had received that he had prior an agreement with Brian to do some mechanical work on that car.
And who had transported him over to 5210 North Division Street during the afternoon of January 15th where he acquired that car?
Who transported him?
Yeah.
Devon and Adriana.
And what vehicle were they driving?
The Dodge Nitro.
And then from there, what other cars are we going to hear about?
We will hear about a black Honda Accord obtained by Devon and Adriana at 223 East 35th Street.
Okay, and then that vehicle becomes relevant to this narrative in what way?
That was the vehicle they acquired prior to the fire. In addition to that being the same vehicle that they used to leave town shortly after the fire.
Okay, and what state did they flee into?
Illinois, the Galesburg, Illinois area.
Through the testimony, will the jury hear about whether or not that vehicle had mechanical problems?
Yes, they will.
Okay, did that vehicle break down somewhere in Illinois?
Yes.
Where at?
A rest stop along the interstate in the general area of Woodhull, Illinois.
And by virtue of that, did that prompt the defendants reaching out to parties here in the Davenport area to try and arrange alternate transportation?
Yes, and I believe we talked about Diane Hepler. Diane Hepler, if we didn't, I apologize, but Diane Hepler would have been the individual that picked them up from that rest stop at the direction of Melissa Weber.
Okay, all right. And then did that intelligence information come to us from one of the witnesses that the jury will hear from about them coming back into Davenport to get a different vehicle?
Yes.
Who will that individual be?
Well, we knew that the...
Daniel Heinrichs.
Yeah, we knew that they were being picked up. Melissa was arranging these rides by DeAndre Bryant.
Right.
But Daniel Heinrichs was the one that provided us the information on them needing to obtain another car.
Okay, and then just very simply, when the Davenport Police Department knew that they were coming back into town to get a different vehicle, what was done? What will the jury hear about officers doing?
You'll learn of an operation that was set forth that involves a bait vehicle, if you will, that wasn't operational. And we used that as a ruse through Daniel to bring the defendants to that specific location, which was the Quick Star on 65th Street, where they were taken into custody.
And were those the events of January 18th that you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what other cars do we have on that listing so that we've got a perspective of where those vehicles will come into play?
Sure. So I'm going to go kind of out of order here, but it works in chronological order.
Sure.
The gold Toyota Camry of Alexandria Scribber was simply a vehicle that Alexandria Scribber was operating and provided a ride to Devon and Adriana from 1604 Arlington to a business known as the Brady Mart, and then later to Adriana's uncle's house at 223 East 35th Street, where they took possession of the black Honda Accord.
Sure. And was the Nitro having some problems, some type of mechanical problems?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. And then finally, is there any other vehicle that we need to talk about?
The last vehicle would be a white Ford Explorer that belonged to DeAndre Bryant, and he was the person who provided, provided a ride to Devon and Adriana at the direction of Melissa Weber, from Melissa Weber's house to the Quick Star.
Okay. All right. Does that give us just generally a good idea of what the landscape will look like?
Yes, it's a general layout.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions of Detective Robinson, but the state reserves its right to recall him. And then, counsel, do you want that demonstrative exhibit up, or I can just go ahead and take it down? Ms. Eimerman or Ms. Keeps, are you done? Okay, got it. All right, so we'll just take that down.
Thank you. Who will be cross-examining? Thank you. Counsel, if you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Robinson. My name's Austin. This is Chris. We obviously represent Mrs. Blake. I don't have too much for you today, but I think on direct we were talking about a GPS device that Adriana had, correct?
Yes.
And do you know why she was wearing that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
sorry, Mr. Roos, your question again, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Sir, do you know why she was wearing that ankle monitor or monitor?
Generally, yes.
You can answer my question.
It was placed on there by the Iowa Department of Corrections.
She was on probation?
Correct.
You also spoke about this house at 5210 North Division Street. Was that a house you were previously familiar with?
No, sir.
So you weren't involved in a raid back in October?
I was not, no.
But you were familiar with who Brian Goodwin was prior to this?
No, I was not.
Sir, could you explain to me what a drug house is?
They're pretty self-explanatory. It would be essentially a house that would have drugs inside it and be known for that.
Would that be a fair description of Brian Goodwin's home?
I believe, yes, that would be accurate.
And there's been a lot of talk about things happening at odd hours of the night, et cetera, already in this trial. Pretty standard for meth users to be up and at 'em at odd hours of the night?
Again, as I testified earlier, I'm not a narcotics detective and never worked in that role, but it would not surprise me that would be an accurate statement.
In addition, and I know you just said you're not an expert in the drug realm, but with the amount of experience you do have in law enforcement and as a detective, it would also be pretty typical for folks involved in the usage of methamphetamine or other drugs and the sale to be sharing vehicles, correct?
I believe that would be accurate.
And would you believe it'd be fair to say that folks often exchange vehicles for drugs in that sort of underworld drug game?
I have heard of that, yes.
Do you have any knowledge as to when Adriana Blake would have moved into 5210 North Division Street?
Not specifically. I would be speaking in generalities, but not a specific date.
What is your knowledge of the if you were going to speak in the generalities?
I believe it had to be somewhere in late summer or fall of 2023.
Okay. I don't have anything further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Eimerman, Ms. Keeps will be cross-examining. Ms. Keeps?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
Detective, you are one of two lead detectives in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as such, you became abundantly familiar with Brian Goodwin and his home, is that correct?
To a certain extent. I was never available to actually visit 5210 Division. My duties were required elsewhere at that particular time. Sergeant Askew was there at the scene. So the information that I am or would be testifying to would come directly simply from photographs and or scans.
Okay. As far as what the house looks like and the layout of the house, those sorts of things. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, generally, but again, I didn't have any knowledge of what I am referring to is a depiction in my memory of a lot of damage that was done inside by the fire.
Okay, and
So-
that's not what I'm referring to, so I'll ask a better question. Did you familiarize yourself with the history of the house? Did you check and see if there were any trip reports, if there were any warrants conducted at that house?
I was made aware, yes.
Okay. You didn't research that?
Not specifically, no.
Were you aware of a search warrant that was executed on Brian Goodwin's residence in October of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you familiar with the amount of drugs that were tipped to law enforcement to get that search warrant?
The amount of drugs?
Yes.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Was there a significant amount of drugs expected to be found at that residence subject to that search warrant?
The one in October of '23?
Yes.
I can't speak to that, I'm not sure.
Did you read that search warrant?
No,
Your
I did
Honor,
not.
I think what would help counsel, this was a search warrant that was executed by the Quad City Metropolitan Enforcement Group, as I understand it, not the Davenport Vice and Narcotics Unit, so that may help give counsel a perspective for purposes of questioning.
In your investigation in this case, you did not become aware of allegations of 11 pounds of methamphetamine at that house in October of 2023? Am I correct about that?
I was not aware of that, no. I knew that there was a search warrant that was served there, but I did not become intimately familiar with how much drugs was recovered from the residence.
Now that I've told you that it was 11 pounds of methamphetamine, does that ring a bell?
No.
Did you read the search warrant that was executed 3 or 4 months prior to the death of Brian Goodwin at that same location?
No, I did not.
Thank you, nothing further.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you. Detective Robinson, identify for the jury what the Quad City Metropolitan Enforcement Group is.
An area-wide, or agency consisting of different entities within the Quad City area that focuses on drug trafficking, if you will.
Okay. In years past, did the Quad City Metropolitan Enforcement Group have officers from local law enforcement agencies on both the Iowa side of the river and the Illinois side of the river?
Yes.
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge, I believe that's still an accurate statement.
And then actually, did Scott County develop its own specialized Scott County Drug Task Force?
I have heard that. I don't know the specifics of that.
Sure, absolutely. At any rate, currently as it stands, is the Quad City Metropolitan Enforcement Group simply manned by officers from the Illinois side of the river?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and so then if that search warrant was executed by the Quad City Metropolitan Enforcement Group involving officers from the Illinois side of the river, is that anything that you would have any intimate knowledge of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Sure. Through this investigation, did we become aware that there had been that raid in October of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and then for individuals who are involved in the distribution of controlled substances, is it common within the type of work that you do as a law enforcement officer for these individuals to become the subject of robberies?
Yes.
And explain to the jury why.
Well, especially if we're talking about this amount of drugs, you would at some point have to have a large amount of cash on your person to purchase these. But not only the robbery of said cash, it could work in the other area as well, where you would be robbed simply for the drugs themselves.
Certainly. And even if you rob the drugs, is that going to be a source of income that can be generated?
Could be.
Okay. One last question that I have is this. If you could, Detective Robinson, for the Detective Bureau, describe the division of labor relative to the allocation of law enforcement assets so that the jury understands your answer that you weren't a part of what was going on at the residence. Do we have allocation of assets to different areas of responsibility?
Yes, we do.
Explain.
So, speaking specifically to homicide investigations, it draws a very large response from our Detective Bureau. Essentially, if you're available, you come in. And then they begin divvying up individuals of people and sending them out with different roles. You could have a group of individuals that would be responsible for scene processing, for example. You could have a different group of people that would be responsible for canvassing. You could have another different group of people, which I was involved in this particular investigation, that is involved in applying for search warrants, but more specifically, interviews of people became very important because there was a large amount of people to speak with. And generally just a person to be at the station to receive these people and essentially interview them.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Recross, Mr. Luce?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Keeps?
Detective,
But your mic was not on.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Detective, you became aware of the search warrant, correct?
I was. I don't know at specifically what time during the investigation.
Were you familiar with the amount of methamphetamine that Brian Goodwin moved on a regular basis?
I was not.
Have you become familiar with that since then?
I knew that was a portion of what he did. I didn't know the extent though.
Do you know who moved his methamphetamine for him?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Recross, Mr. Luce?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
Would the state call its next witness, please?
Your Honor, the state calls Lieutenant Kelly Johnson.
Lieutenant, if you come forward, please to be sworn. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this matter will be the complete truth? If so, say, I do. I do. Thank you. If you have a seat, please, in the black chair and adjust that microphone to your comfort. Mr. Kirkendall, when you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y, Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
And what do you do for a living?
I work for the Davenport Fire Department.
And what's your rank with the department?
Lieutenant.
How long have you been a firefighter?
26 years on the 5th of April.
Has all of that been with the Davenport Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been a lieutenant with the department?
Just shy of 4 years.
Do you hold any additional certifications related to being a firefighter?
In the fire service, we have state certifications. Those include firefighter 1 and 2, fire officer 1, instructor 1. I do have an associate degree in fire science.
Are you also an EMT?
Yes, sir.
And can you remind the jury what an EMT is?
Emergency medical technician.
What does that mean?
We can do first aid on most of our calls are medical. We also have paramedics on the fire department, but I am not that certification. I'm one lower.
Can you give the jury an idea of what the typical response is when a fire call comes in? What are you doing as a lieutenant?
For a structure fire?
Let's start with that.
Okay. So in the city of Davenport, if comes in as a structure fire, you're going to get 3 engine companies, 2 truck companies, and a command car. You want me to go on?
What's an engine company?
Engine company, we have 500 gallons of water and copious amounts of fire hose. Our main job normally is to put water on the fire to extinguish it.
What are the truck companies?
Truck company it's the ones with the big ladder on it. They generally do search and rescue, forcible entry. If it was a defensive fire, they would raise their elevated platform and spray water from above.
And you said a command car as well?
Yes.
And explain what that is.
So we have, in the city of Davenport, most of the time we have 2 district chiefs working. If the command car is just kind of what it says, when he arrives, he takes command of the scene, delegates assignments, keeps accountability for those that are working on that scene.
What is the lieutenant's role on an engine company?
So I am I guess we'll say in charge of that engine company. I sit on the right side, I talk on the radio. We have a computer computer-aided dispatch. I receive information on that screen. We go en route. When I'm on scene, I say that we work closely with the dispatchers, relaying information back and forth.
And how many firefighters are on that engine?
Normally there's 3. During periods when it's heavier staffing, we might have 4 firefighters. Well, I should say an engineer, 2 firefighters, and myself.
Okay. Were you working as a firefighter in the early morning hours of January 15th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And what engine were you attached to that morning?
I was working on engine 7 on B shift.
I'm sorry, I think I said January 15th.
It's the 16th, I believe.
Thanks. Thanks for correcting me. You said you were on engine 7?
Engine 7 B shift.
And what station does that operate out of?
The station is at 2302 West 67th in Davenport, just off of Northwest Boulevard.
And that's kind of up on the northwest side of town?
Northwest, yes, sir.
Before we get to the fire in this case, had you already responded to a structure fire that day?
Earlier, roughly midnight, we were at a fire just north of Menards. We were there about 3.5 hours. It was very cold.
So very cold. Do you remember what the environmental conditions were?
It was -9, I believe.
Okay. Was that the coldest week of the year? Polar vortex week?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay. You recall it was cold?
It was cold.
Yeah. For the earlier fire by Menards, you were out there 3.5 hours, you said?
Yeah.
And then at some time around 4 a.m., you would have been dispatched to this fire?
Yeah. I think we were released maybe at 2:30, 3 o'clock. We just got back to the station, got everything put back on our rig, tried to thaw it a little bit, and just laid down, and we were banged out to another structure fires.
Were there any other trucks on scene before you got there?
Engine 7 was first on scene that night, so that answers no.
Okay, and I should be clear, was there a subsequent call for a structure fire at 5210 North Division Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then engine 7 was first on scene?
Yep.
What did you observe when you first got there?
So the address was 5210, which is just maybe half a block south of 53rd Division. I saw smoke in the area, wasn't sure exactly where it was coming from. So, my size up, it said we had smoke showing. Generally, we try to get a view of 4 sides of the structure, and we pull past it. So when we pull past, I can see the side in this case, it would have been north. The front of the structure was the east side, and the side past was south, so I needed to see the side to the west. In the fire service, we delineate those as A, B, C, D in a clockwise manner. So we had smoke showing, and I exited the rig and walked to the back, and that's when I seen there was fire coming out of the basement window on we call it the C side or the west side of that building.
Okay, so when you were approaching that address, you were coming from the north?
Yes, we were heading south on Division Street.
Okay, coming from the north, heading south on Division. The first part of the building you would have seen would have been the north side or the D side of the
D
structure?
side, yes, sir.
And then you saw the A side, which faces the street?
Yep, that would have been the east side.
And you pulled past it so you could see the B side?
Yep.
Okay, and then you actually got off the rig and walked around it to see the back?
As a company officer, if it's possible, we try to do what we call a 360, because I've already seen 3 sides of it, and I try to go to the back and see the back side to see what's going on there.
What part of the structure, you said it was going on the back side, but could you see where it was coming from? In
The fire itself?
Yeah.
Yes, when I went to the back, I could see it was coming out of the basement window on the C side or the west side of the building.
Could you tell if the window was open or broken or what?
I believe it was compromised due to fire conditions, but I don't really have any way of knowing if it was broken out ahead of time.
Okay, you didn't do an inspection at that point to determine whether the glass was inside or
No.
outside or anything? All right. What was your next course of action when you observed that fire in the basement window?
So in fire service terminology, we call this a fast attack, so we're going to pull a pre-connected line off of our fire engine. It's 150 foot. I instructed my firefighter to go to the C side, spray water into that window. We call it darkening down the fire, which it takes quite a bit of the heat and the fire conditions out of it. And from there, we went back. There was a man door on the B side of the structure, which was locked. We forced it, and then we took the line down to the basement stairs, and then put out the remaining fire in that building, or in that room.
Okay, so you have a firefighter spraying water in from the outside?
Initially, yes.
Would that have been you or a different?
No, that was my firefighter. His name was Firefighter Uloa.
Okay. And then you identified, you said a man door on the B side?
Yes.
Is that just?
A man door, a normal door.
Okay.
An exterior door.
And again, that's the B side or the south side of the structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it was locked?
Yep.
How did you force the door?
We just shouldered it. Shouldered it as mean we put our shoulder into it and force it open.
Yep. And then you said you worked down the stairs. Were you actually going down the stairs at that time?
Firefighter Uloa was in. Attack took quite a bit of the heat out of it, but we mopped up what fire we could see.
As you went down the stairs, could you actually see fire?
Not until we got into the fire room itself.
And where was the fire room located?
At the bottom of the stairs to our left. So the door was burnt out on top. I think it had been closed at some point in time.
Your Honor, the state calls Lieutenant Kelly Johnson. Your Honor, the state calls Lieutenant Kelly Johnson.
I would call it a fast attack.
When you went into the room where the fire was, and I should ask, was it just one room in the structure that appeared to have a fire?
It appeared to me. Later on, there may have been, I actually was never back in it after we completed our assignment, but I don't think there was any other parts of the basement that were affected.
Certainly not that you went into?
No.
You went into the affected room, doused the fire in there, and what were your observations in the room?
Well, the fire was out, but we had zero visibility because of the smoke.
At some point, did firefighter Uloa let you know about something he had?
Yes, he stated that he thought he had a body, and so I got on the radio and told his command. It was Chief McDougal, that, hey, I think we got a victim. So we were attempting to try and remove him, and he had conveyed to me that it seemed like that it was tied up or it was hung up on something.
When you're first trying to remove him, are you thinking, this is a dead body, we need to get out of here?
You can't see, so we're going to attempt to remove them, whether they're dead or not.
As a rescue?
Yes, as a rescue, yeah.
You don't know if it's somebody who's unconscious or in need of rescue?
Yeah.
Okay. You said he seemed tied or attached to something?
That's what Uloa had told me.
Were you assisting him in trying to move the body?
Yeah, but it was definitely attached to something.
Difficult to move?
I'm sorry?
Difficult to move?
Very, yes.
At some point, did you realize it was not someone who was able to be rescued?
Well, another officer came down, Captain Birkin, and he had said this is, we call it 1079 or deceased.
Okay.
So at that time, we told command that we had a fatality. And then we kind of you cease operations because now it's turned into an investigation.
Okay, so you've moved essentially from rescue operations to investigation, crime scene preservation.
Yep.
Do you know whether that first body that you encountered was a male or a female?
I have no idea.
Okay. And at some point, did you realize there was a second body down there?
I had exited the structure for rehab, and then another company found another body somewhere in the room.
So both you and Uloa had left?
Yep.
And even though you were in that pretty small bedroom,
yep,
neither of you had even seen the second body that was in there? All right. You've already kind of covered it. How do you describe that kind of fire when you get to it at a structure where it's just one room?
Well, it's a term we call room and contents, basically. It's just, your furnishings in a normal structure or a normal home. Your furniture, your bedding, your curtains, whatever, carpet, that's normal fire conditions. In today's world, it's all petroleum-based, and it burns very quickly, very hot.
When you say it's all petroleum-based, what do you mean?
Oil-based. Pretty much everything in our homes today are petroleum-based products, plastics, carpet, furniture.
When you were down there, were you wearing some sort of breathing apparatus?
Yeah, we had our full turnout gear. That includes pants and boots, a coat, SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus, a mask, a hood, your helmet, and your gloves.
With all that on, are you able to distinguish different odors when you're in the fire scene?
Your breathing air is contained within your mask. It's coming out of a bottle in your back. You don't want any outside contaminants to break that seal.
All right. Did you have any further duties while you were at the scene, Lieutenant Johnson?
Now, after we exited the structure for rehab, the scene kind of changed from extinguishment to a investigation. We were on scene, but other companies were doing some other duties that Chief McDougal had assigned.
And then a fire investigator would actually come to do that cause and origin stuff?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That was a little bit later.
Thank you, Lieutenant Johnson. I don't have any further questions. Cross-examination, Mr. Luce?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Allen?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You said last month was 26 years in this business, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You've seen a lot of fires?
I've seen a lot of everything.
A lot of everything? Okay, well, let's talk about a lot of fires. You also have an associate's degree in fire science, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were talking about this particular scene, you described these as being normal fire conditions?
I would say in a room and contents fire, yes, I would say that was pretty normal.
Would you agree, though, just generally speaking, that fires behave pretty unpredictably?
No two fires are the same.
Because there are a lot of variables that go into that, correct?
Absolutely.
How much oxygen is feeding the fire?
Right.
Weather? Yes?
Yes.
Material that's burning?
Yeah.
Right? If there are other fuels present?
I learned later that there was I believe there was an accelerant in that room that would have greatly enhanced fire growth, but I didn't know that at the time.
With respect to fire growth and the rate of burning, would that be somebody else that would talk about that?
Yes, that's more on the investigative side.
Understood. Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Redirect. Does it matter whether or not the door was open or closed as far as feeding the fire?
It can. That's just one of those variables that happens. In fire service, there's something called flow path, which fire will seek oxygen. Like I said, I know that door of the basement that we made entry, I know in hindsight afterwards it was burned out up on top. That would lead me to believe that it might have been cracked, or it may have been partially open. It's hard to say.
And then the window itself was obviously broken.
Yep.
Would there have been a difference in the rate of burn or the growth of the fire if the door was closed and the window was closed versus if both of those were open or ajar.
Yeah, if they were both open and the window was compromised or somebody broke the window, it would react substantially different.
In what way?
Intensity, fire growth, until it ran out of fuel.
So it would be more intense if you had that access to oxygen?
If it had been broken out ahead of time, yes.
Okay. And when we say oxygen feeds a fire, that's what we're talking about. It burns faster and bigger if it has oxygen.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, Lieutenant Johnson. Any further cross, Mr. Luce?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Ammerman?
No, thank you.
You may sit down. Thank you. I'm just trying to, you usually call another witness, or at this hour, you want to rest for today?
Oh, well, yeah, you know what, maybe we'll go ahead and rest because we're going to set the stage for law enforcement and then we'll go on into the fire investigation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for today. We'll begin tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Again, remember the admonition that I read to you earlier, not to do any research about this case, form opinions, talk to anybody else about it, or let anyone else talk to you about it. We'll see you back in the jury room at 9 o'clock again tomorrow morning. And we'll hope you have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Please remain seated. Jury exiting.